Right now, the only thing your ass should be concerned with is this right here. How we know that? Because ancestors told you the same shit back then. Again, go back looking at all the ancient texts. The Bhagavad Gita, the Egyptian book of the Thoth mysteries, all this shit. All ancient texts. At the Temple of Thebes, the ancient Temple of Karnak. These temples was in most of these temples was in so-called Illinois too, right close to the Mississippi. Y'all know a lot of the mystery schools was along the Mississippi. We always know we had to do this. Like I said, ever since your ass collapsed, ever since you knocked in the head, you lost your shit. Ever since the awakening started happening, this awakening. See, we be saying, "Welcome to the Great Awakening." The awakening is happening. This shit ain't. Ever since you fell, right? We've been awakening over time. When you see the statues, okay, Kenya, I got you. Kenya want to speak? Okay, my bad, sis. We gonna go ahead and since Kenya want to come up, I'm gonna go ahead and put my prompt back up because I mean this.
Oh yeah, that's mandatory, most definitely.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts.
What's up, Kenya? How you doing, sis?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
You good? All right, we good now. Go ahead, sis.
Oh no, I just wanted to speak with you. We really never really speak, So
Okay, cool.
That's it. I just wanted to get your opinion on some things and see how you feel about things,
Most definitely.
So yeah, I agree with the genealogy. That's a must. People are thinking the easy way out, which is a spit test, is going to give them who their ancestors are. First of all, that's lazy, and that's also, I mean, y'all should have known with spit, they're going to tell you where you came from the very beginning of time for $39.99. It's ludicrous, right?
Without doing no work yourself.
No work, right? You're putting everything in their hands. Plus, you don't even know your ancestors' names when you do those tests. I mean, we already know they're fake, but you don't know your ancestors' name, where they came from. You don't know any of that. They're just telling you that you're from some land that you're not from, and they don't even have your people in the reference panel, right? So they're just going to push you off somewhere else, and it's purposely done that way, and you believe it. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. Crazy. FBA, how do you feel about FBA?
FBA is feelings and emotions.
Hold on real quick. You said geology. Nobody said nothing about geology. The guy in the thing. We said genealogy, and it is mandatory, because how can you walk on this planet and not know who you came from and where you came from?
Exactly. So yeah, that's right. He said geology. We're not talking about geology, sir. We're speaking about genealogy. You see it up there.
And when you know who you are and what you came from, you walk different.
Exactly.
Right? Because they told us that we are nobodies, that we didn't have no genealogy. We were some slaves off the coast of Africa, some throwaways. And that's not true. We got the longest genealogy probably in the world. And we were everything. And that's why they did what they did. And we've been feeding everybody before all this stuff happened. And we're still feeding everybody that come over here because they're stealing from our ancestors' wealth to take care of the world and build up their kingdoms or whatever they're trying to build up over there with our money.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Yep, gravy and toast. I agree. So, but you don't care. You probably believe in an imaginary friends named Jesus and all this stuff. So,
Well,
you
a lot
know,
of people that come over here, we shouldn't get too many people that don't know at this time that's coming over in my life. They're talking about Jesus at this time. We know Jesus. Jesus is another code word, right? Because everything is coded. Everything was flipped. Jesus is nothing but nothing all. It actually means in Greek, right? Christos, right? Oil, the anointed one, right? This is an oil. This is something
that's
that
what.
we
Yeah,
is also Christ consciousness, right?
well,
And that's
that's
why everybody don't have it. Only a certain
Messiah.
group of people.
I think that's Messiah, and there's another word because one's in Hebrew and one's in and what's the name? Jesus.
Hebrew and one in Hebrew and one in Greek.
Yeah, in Greek.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember Messiah. Jesus was the son. Mm, I
Yeah.
question the son
See, the
because the
people
son.
don't really get that and understand because they don't know that it's not. These things are not literal, right? It's not something that you can see physically when we talking about Jesus and Christ and even Jacob or Job. Job means persecution of teaching and learning in there, not just a book given to you for you to just throw away or just sit on the shelf and think some magic is going to happen. No, the magic is when you read it, right? But most of our people have been programmed a certain way to look at it. So that's why the religion has done what it's done on this realm to our people.
Yeah, like I see it as well, of course it's like a spell book.
It's a spell book. Yeah, yeah. I agree. Come on, it got some
Yeah,
more. Come on, give it some more.
and I know it tells the past, the present, and the future, and
Right, right. So
it talks
right,
about.
it's also astrology. Right,
Yeah, it's yeah,
right.
astrotheology,
It's
gematria.
anatomy, gematria,
Yeah,
geometry.
it's
Yeah,
it's a lot of things, and but most people don't read it, or
mm-hmm.
they get a pastor to basically give them the same stories over and over again, and he's telling you what it is. Um, like in the Bible, it tells you don't stand on your own understanding, and that's crazy because I'm supposed to believe a complete stranger over my how I feel. It is.
Right, right. And what they know is what they know. I'm gonna say no is belief. We are the knowing. That's another thing. When you do genealogy is the knowing. DNA is the belief, just like religion, Christianity, right? Switch it around. It's the Antichrist. Why? Because you're looking outside of yourself for the
Mhm.
God or for the chosen one or for something to save you. It's always you, gang. It comes back to you. And
Yeah,
each one of these
Jesus.
books I'm talking about tells you this.
Yeah, Matthew 17:20 through 22, Jesus tells you, no, it's Luke 17:20 through 22. He says, basically, I'm paraphrasing, he said, you could look here, there, you could look everywhere, but the kingdom of God is within you.
That's right. That's right. So we can show this. We can show this.
Mm-hmm.
We can prove these things. By what? By our works at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Look at our works. Look at our
Yeah.
greatness. Yeah. We
Come
ain't
a long
bullshit. I
way.
ain't playing when I say we are the gods.
Oh, I know that. I already know we are. And
Mm-hmm.
this is heaven. And this is heaven. And then Africa's hell, and those are demons.
Yep.
And somehow these demons are invading heaven and defiling heaven. But in the Bible it says, every man to his own people and his own land, and those that stay would get bashed against the rocks, women and
Yeah.
children.
But it got to go back up under the water though, right?
What
Africa.
does?
It got to go back.
Oh, I mean, I hope Africa crumbles and never come back.
It's actually splitting right now. And know this girl TikTok for educational research and entertainment and all that shit. But it's the divine judgment is happening as we speak. You know, and it's nothing against the people. It's just a place. It was never meant to be what it is. Never meant to
Man,
be. So I'm gonna ask you this real quick. So do you think this this line up with you? Were we on the same page? This is the same thing that our ancestors have been saying?
yeah, I
This?
know. Yeah, know thyself. I know myself inside and out, like literally,
You see what
because
I'm saying?
I had cancer and I got a genetic testing. The insurance company paid for it, and I asked for that raw data, and I opened it, and I had AI compare it and all that stuff. I found out things that make sense. You
Mm-hmm.
know, like it told me that my pineal gland can't calcify. It told me that I
Mm-hmm.
had copper in my hair, skin, and nails. It told
Hello.
me that my junk DNA was triplex, and it was the non-coding. It was triplex, and some of it's activated. It told me that what else did it tell me? And then they gave me one thing. They said I had a mutation, but it's not even a
That's your
mutation. It's
raw data,
actually
right?
yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And your mutation. I'm glad you're talking about it because this is what I teach, and people think it's a spooky, but this is what she's. That's why we are the ether beings. We're just not earthly beings, right? We're heavenly beings as well, and that's what ether means. Either. We're physical and we're psycho spiritual. We're physical and we're metaphysical. But just like she said, your raw data is what you should be getting.
I mean, I got my whole genome. So most people they
Yeah.
don't get their whole genome. I got my whole genome. Like I couldn't even open
Yeah.
it regular. I had to.
That's what I mean. Because when you get your whole genome, that you start to see and line up
Mm-hmm,
with who you really are on the essence of who you are. You know what I'm saying? On that spiritual level.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because like you said, you seen a mutation, right?
Well, the mutation is actually an enhancement. I got researching it. So on
Right.
My BLM gene, which I thought was weird, BLM, that's good for DNA repair.
Mm-hmm.
I had a swap on my 499 enlil. Normally it's
Okay.
serine, but mine's swapped for threonine. And threonine is they're both amino acids, but threonine is tougher and thicker, and it don't break as easy. It has an extra methyl, which means it has an extra carbon and two extra hydrogens. It gives me a better gut. It gives me a better liver. It gives me more collagen. And then it says I have elasticity around my brain and my gut. So, and then so far, there's only 4 people documented on
Mm-hmm.
ClinVar and NIH's stuff, but I'm pretty sure that all of us got it. I just the only one that got tested for it or whatever, and actually looked it up and all that. But
Right. Right.
so I know I'm something special, right? Um, Oh, and then it told me my DNA part told me that my telomeres are lengthening and they're like the caps are barely wore off.
Wow.
So I
Let
think
me tell
that's
you
what
something. Man,
something like
honor to the ancestors right now. This information, what you're talking about right now. Like I said, I teach this stuff, and I actually have someone's actual whole genome, and I got all this information you're expressing. I have that information because first of all, they gave it to me. You know what I'm saying? I researched it, but it's some things we can't say on the live. But the same thing we're talking about is in the FBI files. It's in the CIA files. They know who we are. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's bigger than like if the live don't get it, we not fucking humans.
Hell
That's
no,
what
those
we
are hominids.
that's what we talking about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're not the earthborn. I'm gonna leave it at that.
No, we are
I'm gonna
not
leave it at
humans.
that.
I repeat that.
Yeah.
Those people over there are humans. Those are hominids. Pithecus, troglodytes, whatever you want to call them. And
Mm-hmm.
that's what science says. So don't get mad, TikTok. But anyways, it also said that I don't have to really eat or sleep. That I fed off photon light energy. And I was like,
Yep.
what the hell is that?
And I tell
And
you,
she
we
said,
do not have to eat. We do not have to eat. And people be like, oh, I'm a vegan now. I'm a vegetarian, or I'm a paisa, whatever the shit is when you eat all fish. All this different shit.
Equestrian.
All that don't matter. We don't have to eat nothing. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I go without eating. Sometimes I don't eat. I don't
Me
eat like
too.
a day. Sometimes I go in a day and a half. When I get around 2 days, that's when I started feeling it because we still in the illusion. We have to supply this tank we in on this dimension. You know what I'm saying? Until we at
I
a
fast every
frequency,
day.
yeah. Until we at a frequency up here, we're gonna always have to supply this fucking meat suit, right? Because we're not able to thank you spirit because we're not able to actually access our actual uh uh the our chakras, right? And we have more than seven, but we can't actually access them to actually be able to. It's like a lot of these so-called diseases, right? A lot of these so-called diseases, we can heal this shit ourselves. We don't even need to go to the
I hear.
doctor. You know what I'm saying? We know this. Yeah. These hospitals was for them to make money. You know what I'm saying? And for the people, keep the people. It's just like the jail system. It's the same shit. It's the B systems. All that shit's collapsing.
Yep.
But go ahead, Kenya.
Yeah, like I had stage 3 breast cancer about 5 years ago, and it just popped out of nowhere. People, besides
Wow.
my male cousin on my mama's side, nobody in
Mm-hmm.
my family had cancer, right? And I was upset when I first got it because I said, "Why me?" I said, "I never had high blood pressure, no diabetes." I said, "Could I at least get that first and then get cancer?" I went from healthy to cancer, so I was upset at first, but then a friend snapped me out of it, and I was like, you know what, cancer chose the wrong one, right? And so my mom's an RN. I let her talk me into chemo. They wanted to do 18 doses, but I only did 2.5. And when I was in there during my half, or supposed to be going on my third one, so I woke up and something told me, get the F up. And I got up. And I looked for my nurse and I told her I was done. And she's like, oh, no, you still have an hour and a half left. I was like, no, I'm done. Unhook me. She's like, oh, let me ask the doctor. I said, my body, my choice. Unhook me. Right? You don't get to,
Mm-hmm.
doctor can't say nothing. What the doctor going to get cussed out if he come in here? So, um, and so I left and like I never threw up or anything. But when I got home that day, I threw it all up and, I changed my way. I went fasted, dewormed, I went alkaline, um, black seed oil and chlorophyll. 4 months
Mm-hmm.
gone. 4 months gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
And
would
that's
have
us.
unalived me. They would have
And
unalived
that
me.
and that's a teacher. Let me put this in add this to your wisdom real quick. It's like in the Bible. We talking about what the Bible entails. This is how you look at it. The Bible says, God said, let your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food. You talking about herbs. All you just expressed talked about right now is herbs. That's our healing. You know what I'm saying? I drink lemongrass and give me some chamomile or lavender and rose, and I mix it every I try to do it every AM. You know what I'm saying? But these things, these are things that are used for our healing. You know what I'm saying? Instead of going to the doctor, And while I'm thinking about this, and I'm gonna let you go back in, Kenya. What I'm thinking
No,
about
you're
this,
good.
Louisiana is a big medicine cabinet. Man, we got milk thistle, we got juniper berries, we got man, I even found a hill that had some what you call that herb? It wasn't lavender, not the chamomile, but it's right off. I think it is the milk thistle. Yeah, the white herb. It grows wild,
Mhm.
and that's another thing. When they tell it grows wild, that don't mean nothing. But we're supposed to get it and eat it straight off the ground. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about where I'm at. I'm out of Mississippi. I'm in Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? So this is a big medicine cabinet right along here where I'm at. Big medicine cabinet. But go ahead, can you?
I, I do forging. I was doing forging. I'll take my phone and my chat GBT or my AI and take a picture and she'll tell me what it's for.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, we have a lot of medicines here.
Yeah.
Uh, but we got to watch out though, because they've done sprayed with Roundup and all
Right.
that. Yeah, you can't be doing it by the curb and all that stuff. You're gonna have to go out where people probably didn't,
Yeah.
haven't really been. But Yeah, I mean, I healed myself, and they would have destroyed my immune system. I probably
Hmm.
wouldn't be here talking to you right now. After that, I really felt like God after that because,
Hey, sis,
uh,
I want, hey, congratulations, salute to you on that. A lot of people, you know what I'm saying, was not able to come from that. Hey, you supposed to, what you're doing right now, you're supposed to be doing it. You're exactly where you at in your being. You know what I'm saying? That's the essence of who you are. And you're in your higher self.
yeah,
And
I needed it. I needed it because I was eating like a child, right?
hmm.
Uh, and I was it was cheese. It was cheese, right? I love cheese.
Yep.
And my cancer was high in progesterone and high in estrogen, and they be pumping that in cows to make them produce more. And my dad found this article and how the FDA, these doctors and nurses, was trying to get them to put labels on the cheese because it was causing breast cancer. And these doctors were just trying to make money off of us.
Hmm.
Like the first doctor I went to, I ended up getting kicked out of there because before I could even start any treatment, I cussed them out and called them YT devils. And and then they wrote me a letter, told me not to come back, and I was like, I told you I wasn't coming back. So then I went to a UT Southwestern, and they were willing to unalive me for free, right?
Oh,
So, but they were charging 62,000 just for chemo.
wow, that's what it is. Yep. And a lot of the times that shit don't even work.
Nope, it was called the Red Devil. The one I they were giving me was called the Red Devil because it was the only one where the red bag, and they said it was the strongest one. And man, I'm glad I stopped. I wish I didn't even do those two. I should have went with my gut, but because my
Hmm.
mom was an RN, and she's like, "Girl, just do it or whatever," and I did. But then she was upset with me when I told her I quit, and she's like, "You need to go back. You got your daughters to live for." I said, "You don't tell me what to do." I said,
Hmm.
"Better yet, I'm not going to even listen to you no more because you got that jab, and that wasn't a smart decision. So I'm not going to even come to you for no health questions anymore." And I said, "You did what you want to do, and I did what I want to do, and I'm glad I did because literally, I probably wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. I know I wouldn't.
Hmm.
I know I wouldn't have been here if I would have kept going with that. That thing would have destroyed my immune system."
Yeah,
And
that's amazing. Like I said, to come from that, I experienced that through somebody else, a friend of mine, a classmate actually. She had, I think she only was at stage two, and you know, and she got it to the herb. I gave her a nice little regimen for her to go by. She abided, and same way as you, she went back, and it was out, and it was gone in a few months. I don't even think it was a few months. I think it may have been like 1 2 months.
yeah, yeah, I deworm. We don't deworm, and if you eat meat, they most definitely have parasites in it. Even if you
Oh yeah.
cook it, because when you have a trash full of food and you forget to take it out and it has maggots, you're like, "How do maggots get in there?" Because it was in the meat. Like there's one
Mm,
part of a parasite you can't unalive. It's the pupa stage. That's that cocoon. You have to wait for it to come into an adult. So no matter the heat, no nothing is going to unalive it, and that's what it is.
yep.
And people don't understand that those parasites is really what all this disease is.
And a parasite in the metaphysical is a demon.
Yep, and that's exactly what it is.
They feed off of
That's what we.
energy. Parasites feed off your flesh.
And yep, just like we got these parasites on our land right now.
Exactly. Exactly. I brought this picture back up this on a prompt because somebody asked to see uh Birdman again or Quetzalcoatl.
Now I see it.
I tell everybody this is the original Birdman. Everything you see in the aspect in the physical aspect, a lot of things, a lot of statues, right? A lot of these so-called artifacts, these things aren't actual real people, right? Anthropomorphism or personifications of different things that are within us. Let me give you an example.
Yeah, like for me, I think
Oh, and I
like I
did
look at
already. Here go three of them right here. Go ahead, Kenya.
like I look at things in like three ways, right? Um, Not just like spiritual. I think it's the flesh, or exoteric, esoteric, and
Yeah.
then metaphysical.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's the flesh, the spirit, and the mind or soul. Because for me, the mind and the soul is the same thing. Because your pineal gland is the seat of your soul. Psychology is the study of your soul, and that's what they come after. They come after your mind, which is your soul, right? Once they get your soul, your mind, then they got you. They control you. And I learned that the pineal gland regulates your morals. So some people don't have a functioning or don't even have a pineal, so they lack morals. And
That's
we
why
don't
when I
lack
tell the
morals.
people, when you're arguing with the Africans, you ain't doing nothing but shadow boxing. They ain't gonna get it.
No, they
All
show
you doing
not.
is practicing when you're arguing, going back and forth with these other people.
Yeah, they're programmed and built to not like you and to come against you.
Mm-hmm.
Because them admitting that you're right, it erases them.
True.
Yeah, and then they come after our pineal gland every day with fluoride, with
Mm-hmm.
5G, with aluminum, and with that Roundup that they be spraying the ground with
Mm-hmm.
the fruit with the 3 and the 4 on the stickers. Um, I mean, literally, they're trying to make us lack morals just like them.
That's right. That's right.
And that's what makes us different. That's why you don't see great festivals over here, or the things that they be doing over there. You would never see that over here.
Never.
And that's why they lie all the time. Lie, 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 lie. So that's the is that Kemet, the white crown? Because the red
Yep.
crown was Deseret,
Mm-hmm.
which
This
Utah
is
used to be called Deseret.
yeah. But this is right here is this not, what you're speaking of is the exoteric. What I'm showing everybody is the esoteric, the hidden.
Okay.
Right? When you speak of Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt, you're speaking about the your lower stomach area, right? Your
Mm-hmm.
gut, because that's where your lower self is. That's your bowels. And you rearrange bowels, it'll say below. So that's your below. And this what they were telling you when you talk about ancient when you talk about ancient Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
right? Ancient Egypt existed in anatomy. Ancient Egypt is ancient anatomy, and I'm gonna prove it. Like that's
Yeah, like
Osiris. Boom.
mm-hmm.
That's Horus slash the Falcon. The Bird Man. Again, you see it to the left. Remember the cartoon Blue Falcon and Dog Wonder?
Oh, I didn't watch that.
Yeah, that was about my. I'm 54, so that was around by my age.
I'm 46, not too far.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Sister Beautiful, her age, man. Man, y'all give Kenya, give my guest, please,
I know you don't.
for your age.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Um,
what I was going to, I can answer this question
I'm
for.
always say that. Yeah. Go ahead, for sure.
So on the stickers, when you get your fruit and vegetables, there's those stickers on it. If it starts with the 3, if it starts with the 4, that
Uh
means
huh.
it's ground and Roundup or glyphosate. Now, the organic ones, the 9s, they're not grown in it. They still GMO, but they're not grown in pesticides. So
Mm.
that's the difference. So if you try to get fruits that don't have a 3 or 4, because you're eating fruits that's grown in pesticides.
Hmm. Hey, that's important right there. Shout out Blue Cheese a piece. Shout out Sis Money in the building. We appreciate it. I like to be gifted, and I like for people to be gifted when they come to my live, like my guests, because and my moderators too when they come up. because you know this we are in a heightened alignment right now. This is another state of existence we in, and we coming and we coming into a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? Most of us. So we need energy to be reciprocated. You know what I'm saying? And what other way to reciprocate the energy? You know what I'm saying, at that level, but other than to give also the tap. That's not, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I don't think that's too
I, I,
much.
don't, I don't want TikTok getting no money. I don't like TikTok.
Right. Well, wait, yeah, y'all go to my. Speaking of that, y'all go to my bio. I got my information there. If you want to donate to the priest.
Yeah,
Yep,
like I rather if they wanted to go to my cash app and give me $1, I rather you
I
put the
feel
dollar
that.
in
I feel that. I feel that.
$20. They
I
don't
feel
deserve
that.
it. They banned my account and said something about nudity, and I was showing a definition, and then
Yeah,
I appealed it, and they still didn't give it to me. And I cussed them out.
yeah. You know they do not like us. They do not like us, but they know they got to be fair. They know they got
Yeah,
to be. They got to be fair in these
they are
terms.
not fair, dude. They got people that be saying the N word repeatedly over and over again. These people can do whatever and post whatever they want, and then we post something and they ready to take our whole page down.
Oh yeah, most definitely. What I mean by fair is like expressing ourselves. We ain't used to be this wide open with shit on no type of app. We wide open now with a lot of information, and not just so much of the word we speak, but the information that we coming with. Like, they don't want to hear that shit, but they know there's nothing too much they could do about it. You can't
They
stop them.
damn.
You guys are like stepping in front of a freight train right now, trying to fuck with what we're expressing right now, and that's truth.
I mean, yeah, we. The good thing about it is this is the Ethernet, so we're putting truth through the ethers.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then, I mean, they can't stop me. I got 16 accounts. I learned a long time ago. So I'm gonna say what I want to say, how I want to say it, and if they ban me, I'm just gonna jump on another account
Yeah.
and do the same thing.
Appreciate you, legendary man. Appreciate everybody. The gift.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, I just think it's crazy how they treat us, because if that little time that they had us off the app for them
Mm-hmm.
17 hours or whatever, everybody was over here crying for us to come back. Oh, we
Yeah.
need the Americans. And when they said Americans, they didn't mean the white tea people. They meant us.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
And like I
But there was
told
other
people
people.
earlier, at this point we know who everybody is. And people talking about
You sure do.
allies. Allies correlates with alignment. We don't have those. We don't have no allies. We our own
Amen.
allies.
I always say the only justice we're going to get is from just us.
That's it.
So,
Cause that's all there is. It's just us.
because if they was our allies before all this stuff started going down, y'all would have been out there trying to help us get our stuff back and put the truth out here. But now all of a sudden, y'all getting some of these people getting the a bad deal or whatever. Now they're, oh, we're all the same. We are all the
Mm-hmm.
same. You're my brother. You're my
Right.
no.
Now we all the same.
Mm-mm.
Now that the separation is happening, this is the great separation. Also, this is the great gathering, and the great gathering of the originals, the original landlords, the children of the Most High, the progenitors of the realm, and that's us. This is our gathering. Everything else is separating and falling. Everything is going back to the original state, including the frequency on the realm.
I hope so,
Yeah,
but unfortunately,
we're not in
yeah.
a state of ignorance no more. That's why everything is we coming with is a lot of truth. There's a lot of information that was hidden. Everything that was done in the dark is coming to light. This is the great awakening. It is what it is. Go ahead, Kenya.
Like the etymology of the word revelation is knowledge given to man. Where it says, wait, hold on, let me look it up. I love this. And I found it on accident. I don't know how I went to it. I just looked it up. Hold on, it's real good. Revelation.
Take your time.
Etymology, because I'm big on words and the meanings
Oh
and all
yeah.
that stuff. That's
Mm-hmm.
I found out that Shakespeare is my first cousin 12 times removed, and it makes sense. I wasn't gifted and talented English. I couldn't learn any other language but English.
Mm-hmm. And you know what that means? What you just said?
What?
You are your ancestors.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
I am. Disclosure of information or knowledge to man by a divine or supernatural agency. I hear that's the downloads. When I hear that,
Yep.
that we get information and knowledge, where it's given to us by something we don't know where it's coming from, but this knowledge is coming to us, and like it's knowledge that you don't even never thought about. Like there's things I've looked up and researched because of TikTok. I mean, I believed it, but because TikTok, everybody want to see a source. You know, you had to go find it, and I was right on stuff. So that's what it is. The revelation.
That's it. The revealing of that which was hidden. And like you said, by divine authority. This is divine. Everything that's happening right now is divine. Get out your feelings, chat. Get out your feelings. Get out your feelings, no emotion. Everybody that, when we talk about doing the genealogy, that's how we started off mandatory genealogy. If this offends you, maybe you're not original. Maybe you're not from these lands. If this should offend you, or maybe you're just too, and it also depends on, like I was telling Kenya, talking about the FBA thing. These are people that haven't quite uh, crossed over to a consciousness that they'll be able to see. For instance, we're all on different levels of consciousness, but they can't see. A lot of them can't see that these words that they got inside of this FBA, that's already energy. It's already got an energy towards it, and it's going and it's stagnant, right? It has and it's not just gonna keep them stagnant. It's gonna keep them in a lower vibration, a stagnant lower vibration, because they've already sigilized the word. Hello. Yeah, that's magic. The word black is charged up. And it's what the people don't know. There's nothing you could do about using that word when you're pertaining to yourself. That's why we teaching, know thyself. There's nothing you can do with the word because it's already charged up to mean what they want it to mean. And you falling up under that. You can't get away from it. I don't know why they can't understand that. It's simple. It's simple. I'm not going to allow nobody to call me something I'm not. I am what I answer to. Straight up.
For me, I mean, for me, if you are them people, it's like, okay, so I believe one drop of their blood, it sickens us, right? And maybe these people who are not getting it got a drop. And because this is not hard, all this information that's on TikTok, all the lives that we do, all the proof that we've shown, and if you don't get it, then maybe it's not for you.
It's not.
And
right.
And then our people keep trying to convince them. I'm not going to convince them, because if they feel they're African, let them be African, because I don't want nobody over here that's faking like they us, and they might let the Africans through the back door. Let them go. If they want to be African, let them be African. We need to be worried about the ones that do know and what we going to do next. That's ego for me. That's ego for people thinking they can wake somebody up. You can't wake nobody up.
Nope. Now, what you can do, you can, and I know we always say it, as a teacher, I've always said that a lot. But what it actually means is you can't wake somebody up, but you can actually send a signal by something you say, because words are vibrations. You know what I'm saying? It's certain words I can say here on the live that lighten up something in you. You know what I'm saying? Like they say in the Bible, in my house, in my father's house, there's many mansions. Well, all this is talking about our brain, our midbrain, right? What I got on the screen is Osiris. When you talk about Osiris, when you talk about the god Osiris, that's you. That's us. But what happened when they say it was a fraction, when they gave you the story of when Osiris was fractured, who put him back together? The matriarch. Yeah, his mama, the matriarch. That's right. All this is esoteric information. And that's why the only ones that can teach it, and I say this all the time, is somebody from America. You won't find nobody else teaching this information. If you do, they're going to be crossed up because they don't know what they're looking at.
Yeah, have you seen Poto Blams or whatever his name is?
He all wrong.
Have you seen him?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, he's trying to incorporate Africa into it, and I'm just like, dude,
Right.
it's not.
Right.
It's not you guys. Stop it.
No. No. They can't even read. They can't even read. They don't know. When I show him this, he don't know what he's looking at. And that's why I don't
That's
go deep with this thing, because they you know what I'm saying, a lot of
they
information.
stealing
You know
stuff.
that they steal a lot of our stuff.
Yep, and we do talk too much,
Yeah.
way
I
too
try
much.
to do as much gatekeeping as possible myself, especially with this information.
Yeah,
This is enlightening. Like people, like I said, people think Osiris. This is your Osiris family, your midbrain. Again, when Osiris was scattered. Now watch this. I want to show you something. Y'all see how? Um,
but he was real too, though, because we got to put him in the exoteric because it's three. It's a trinity. Everything's a trinity.
yeah.
When you look at things one way, that's when you get stuck in a box and are part of a doctrine.
Right.
Because
Right.
our flesh is supposed to last a lot longer than what it does. And for them to tell us that these are just meat suits, then they take over your body, right?
Yeah.
Because your body, you got to take care of yourself.
True that. True that.
And we got to
Right.
start listening. We got more than five senses. We got to listen to that gut. We always ignore that gut.
That's right.
I know I do. I know I always ignore that gut. I'm working on it though.
The gut area. Speaking of gut, Jesus was born in the manger. We're gonna go back to that teaching. I got to come back with that. I'm probably do that next week. But the gut is the manger, and that's where the Christos. That's where the birth, the so-called birthing of the Christo begins. Pharaoh let my people go. All this is esoteric. But anyway, back to the Osiris midbrain. I'm gonna explain this, and then I got to get up out of here. I appreciate my sister coming up.
I think
As you see Osiris right here, this is your midbrain, family.
Mm-hmm.
This is your midbrain area, and then, like I said, this is esoteric. All this is the same thing. They're telling you when you're looking at this. This is the two hemispheres of the brain. This is teaching about enlightenment and where enlightenment comes from. I'm not gonna go too deep. Y'all want any of my lectures, y'all need some extra information, anything, like anybody that come through the live or my follower, you're not follow me. You will need esoteric information. Anything from the schools of the ancient mystery schools, I have it. I can guarantee you that.
Is he green because he was copper?
Exactly. Now watch this. That's the way. And now watch this. Like I said, Osiris actually did not exist. Again, this is esoteric information. This is something that happened within us. Osiris is only your midbrain. That's why you see the two hemispheres of the brain right there with the pineal gland. You see his eye. His eye is playing a part of the pineal gland. And in the middle of the crown. See the crown?
Yeah, the Bible talks about the pineal gland.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew 6.
The land of Peniel. Yeah.
Yep.
Jacob went to the land of Peniel. There he wrestled with God.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
He wrestled with an angel, they said.
Watch this. Like I told you, it's all esoteric. Watch this. Who else they say wrestled with God? Let me see if I can get back to it. Nope. Where is that? Mama. I'm gonna show you. I had it up earlier. Who wrestled with God?
Not Al. L, not Al.
Let's eat the. Hold up. Where you at? There we go. Israel. Jacob. Remember Jacob changed his name?
No, the angel changed.
Why everybody changed their name? Jacob changed his name to Israel. Jesus went from Jesus to Jesus Christ. Why? Because they went to another state of consciousness. It was no physical unaliving. All these things are metaphysical. Israel, you see right there? One who wrestles with God in etymology, one who prevails against God, one who is triumphant with God. This only saying that you realize who yourself was, so you realize who God was, right? And once you realize that, you went to another state of consciousness. Just like we're doing right now in real time. We're going to a different state of consciousness.
There was only one son born under Israel. The rest were born under Jacob. And that's Benjamin. And Benjamin's supposed to be the West Indies. And the other tribes did Benjamin wrong. but almost unalived all his people.
Mm-hmm. Now watch this. It's just like Pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
The metaphysical meaning Pharaoh represents the ego, that part of a person that wants to stay in control, refuse to change, and resist the awakening. That's why Pharaoh refused to let the people go. That was the ego. We talking about personification. We talking about that which is esoteric.
Mm-hmm.
Back to Osiris. You see the crossing? I'm finna show y'all how they play games with you. And we're gonna expose those who play games. Osiris, the midbrain, right? You see choroid plexus, the eye of Horus right there. The thalamus is the headdress, right? The third ventricle is the serpent, right there. The pineal gland is the sun disk and the serpent hand. But you see the cerebellar peduncles right there? How you got it crossed? That's your midbrain, right? Right? So what is this guy doing?
Is that is that what's Malachi York?
Yeah, you know what he doing. What I'm saying, what I'm giving y'all is he gave y'all this was the fake teaching as if this stuff was physical and these people really walked. So why is he dressed like this? Because he's giving y'all a story, he's giving y'all a part of the illusion. That's why the floor is black and white checkerboards. It's Masonic.
Yeah, Rosicrucian.
Yeah. A part of the lies and the illusion.
Mm-hmm.
So he was perpetrating the fraud. Yep. All right.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
You know that. Okay,
Yep.
bye.
Yep. I'm getting ready to get up out of here. Ken, you
Have a good day.
wanna put something in? Give us something before I leave.
Just
Okay.
keep up the good work. You're always positive. You always holding up the women, and we appreciate it because there's a lot of men on this app that likes to argue with women's. So.
Oh yeah. And guess what? The matriarch have to be protected at time because her voice is needed. Now I know we always talk about the matriarch, and y'all hear me talk about. I came on the app speaking that because that's because the matriarch is the energy, right? The matriarch is the energy that we've been missing on this realm because everything has been on a patriarchal rule in the physical and in the metaphysical. So all those things are changing. The matriarch is here, but don't get it twisted. This is the great gathering, so we need each other. The patriarch.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
we need each other, but most of all, we needed you guys to realize that you created all of this. You birthed all of this, and we needed you to be awakened. And you here now, and this shit is over with.
Oh yeah, just one thing too.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed female, Female. That's not how you spell female. When you look at the etymology, it's Femele. They took the L out of female. They took the God out of woman.
Wow. Yep. Hey, now see, like I said, we always learning. As I teach, I'm still a student because I always be learning different new things. And that was one of them right there to add to the repertoire. Hey man, I had a beautiful time. I appreciate the information. I appreciate your communion with your my sister. You can come up again, you know what I'm saying? You're always welcome.
Thank you.
And I also want to say, anytime you want to come up with that information we talked about, because you know what, can you think it speaking of that, I'm gonna send you some information because we spoke of this before. Also, something happened in the past. You know, I'm not gonna bring it up, but I'm gonna shoot you a message. But it's some information that I have that's go directly correlate with what you have. It's actually the same information. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
On the
Please do.
with the genome. Yep. So I appreciate. Hey, Rox, I see you. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody. So I'm gonna go ahead and get you. I'm gonna put you down, sis. I appreciate you. Before I get up out of here. There we go. Okay. I appreciate somebody dropped already. Hey man, let me tell y'all something. Then it's for anybody and everybody. My the priest. I always gotta extend my hand out. I'm a land priest. You know what I'm saying? I proclaim that. I can show this. Right? So I don't deal in feelings and emotions. I deal with the land. I deal in frequency and vibration of said land and those people that are connected with that. That's why everybody don't get this message, or everybody don't come into these lives and talk about these highly psycho-spiritual things, you know what I'm saying, that are otherworldly, right? Because only people that are gonna really get it and see it is those that have the same energy, right? Those that are actually receiving this ancestral remembrance. This is ancestral memory. This has returned, right? So this is what it is. So my hand is always extended. There's no such thing as the priest being divisive or separating himself from the land or the people of the land. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no us not being able to move forward with me. I'm gonna put it like that. So I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for being here. Man, I had a good time. We showed out today. So I'm gonna get up out of here. Let me see. Yep, next time. And again, y'all, I'm gonna go back over this. Yeah, it's restoration time. It's restoration that's going on. The Black Lecture. Y'all go to the video. I need 60 likes. Like my video, like it 60 times, and we're gonna have this Black Lecture. We're gonna go in on it, the negative and the positive connotation of black, the origin, etymology, all that. A lot of stuff you haven't heard about black and its essence and origins and whatnot. All right. Salute to the Council of Elders, the assembly or assembly. He who is older than time is older than law. We know we the ancients. We know. One more I have. Oh man, this is gonna be powerful. You got to be responsible to come and sit down and have this conversation. This one here gonna be deep, y'all. Woo-wee. Circumcision. Hey, with the knowledge, with lots of knowledge comes lots of responsibility. I've been wanting to have this conversation for a long time, but it's a time and a place for everything, and the energy got to be right. You know what I'm saying? Before I just go here, because this one here gonna be serious. It's serious. So that's another lecture, and the book of Revelation, seals, symbols, and sovereignty. So, all right, babe, I'm gonna get up out of here. The family is calling. I appreciate y'all, gang. Y'all come back again. Y'all see me next Saturday. Tuesday, protection rituals. Thursday, power and prosperity. Prosperity rituals. Yep, on Thursday, because Thursday is Thor, the day of gifts. See, y'all ain't using y'all power. Y'all don't know what y'all supposed to be doing. Stay tapped.
Green too, but the gray, I love the gray too, girls. The gray is like a refreshing color, but then the dark colors are like poppin' spring summer. Poppin' spring summer, girls. Let me show y'all what the green looks like. Girls, bundle deal is 1, 2, and 4. Go check it out. This is number 16. I'm wearing number 16. It's free shipping. Go grab, after you grab your bundle, you can come back in and grab one of these. Go grab your bundle first in 1, 2, and 4. Okay? And then come back and grab this one up. Okay? Let me show y'all. This is the green. Girls, these are, hold on here. What, okay, hold on, I missed it. Let me go back up. I messed it up. Is the link longer? What number, girl? Tell me what number you're talking about. Tell me what number you're talking about. I want to make sure I tell you right. Oh my gosh, I'm seeing sunshine come out. Look at the green, girls. This is number 16, girls. Number 16. Zip up short. It goes to right here. Goes to where your belly button is. Where your belly button is. Girls, look at this. The green is popping, girls. I love it. I'm a size small, 5'1", 125. Free shipping, no minimum. Oh, she's already pinned it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up and talking to me, bro. Let me get a couple more people in here before I get out of here, man. Y'all follow Sir Wiz. Sir Wiz, hit me in the DM, bro. I'm gonna follow you back. Hit me in the DM, big dog. That's a great conversation. But once you start to get into really reading what really matters, like stuff that come from pure people, it says that it's certain things that don't even align with you trying to even teach nobody nothing, bro. For real. Like, if you're going to do that, you might as well just learn it for yourself. I'm telling y'all, this shit is, this stuff real, bro. Like, and it's going to take a special person to break that code, right? I'm telling y'all, bro, there be Africans and Middle Eastern people in my email trying to pay me to spin the narrative, people. And if they done it to me, they done it to these other guys. Listen to me closely again, because ain't nobody gonna tell y'all this but me. There are people that'll be like, truth. We will give you $50,000, come to Egypt, preach Africa to Egyptology. We're gonna fly you out there, teach it. We got more money where that came from. I ain't going for that. See, a hunter-gatherer would have bit the lick, been in Africa a long time ago. No, I'm going to go on my own recognizance, right? And teach it from where I come from, where I stand. I'm not going to take your money and teach it from where you want me to stand. I'm not doing it. I turned it down 3 or 4 times. Now, why would I want to turn it down? When you take the money, you sell your soul. Your soul gone when you take the money. It's over. You're on a string at that point. You're a puppet. Now, let's think back to these other people. Let's think back. Anybody know about that dude, what's that hunter-gatherer name? I used to roast the man on my video. What's his name? The little corny dude with the glasses. What's his name? What that dude name was? Y'all know what I'm talking about? He had like a little crew of little Egyptologists teaching people. Port City. Port City took the money, people. Port City took the cash. That nigga was flying to Egypt every other month. Y'all remember that? He all with the Egypt videos. And y'all don't remember this shit? That boy took the payoff like a stripper in Magic City. That boy shook it and got paid so fast. You can see it. All you got to do is pay attention, people. You can see it. That's why he preached Africa so hard. It's a payoff, people. They don't want the next real teacher to come out and teach real history to a real people, and these people start, it's easier to pay me than them people get the right information and take all that shit. If he's some type of leader, we want him on the payroll. You get it? Because if he on the payroll, we still can calm the people down. See, I know what these people on, bro. I ain't going for it. I don't care nothing about your money. Try to teach a fake history. I'm not doing none of that shit. Get away from me. Because all this stuff I done learned, if I take that money, all that goes down the toilet. And then the last kicker is great grandmama. What's she gonna say? The answer is no, hunter-gatherers. Forever, no. Not for now, no forever. Because I didn't sit in my great-grandmama's living room at 14 and learn all that information. She was teaching me that for a reason. That might have been to be where I am today. She taught me that for a reason. Everything happens for a reason, people. If I go against my balance and harmonies, I'm already in line with what I'm supposed to be in line with. If I go against it, it's going to get bad for me. I'm going to be on here looking like young Pharaoh with a fifth. I'm going to be on here like young Pharaoh throwing the fifth hand back, talking crazy, about to go crazy. If I buck the alignment gonna buck me. See, that's what these niggas don't understand. They don't understand. Once you buck, you get bucked. Because you were put here for a reason. And I know, and it scares me to death and great-grandmama. Nah, we're not finna do that. We gonna get it out the mud or we ain't gonna get it at all. We gonna get it out the mud and help my people the right way, or I ain't getting it at all. At least I gave you $1 million worth of information. You get it? I'm gonna get it out the mud like a catfish, or I ain't gonna get it at all. Simple. Now, if I get it out the mud like a catfish, I'm still gonna give back to my people. Simple. So that's my alignment. I'm aligned with it. Great grandmama, the truth. Get it out the mud like a catfish. You can't pay me. I don't want nothing from you. My soul does not praise material goods. Therefore, it shit don't persuade me at all. So therefore, you ain't got nothing for me to taint my spirit. You ain't got nothing. What you got for me? Hunter gatherers. Huh? A house is made out of wood. This wood and chalk, concrete. This in the elements. That ain't nothing. Cars made out of metal, steel, iron, plastic. Still ain't nothing. Gold come from the earth. Diamonds come from the earth. It still ain't nothing. Clothes can be sewn by people who know how to sew clothes. You make your own clothes. It's nothing. I can put truth now on my designer. See, that shit don't persuade me. I ain't trying to run around here trying to have 18 children and 5 baby mamas and 4 wives. All that old gluttony of sexual stuff, that shit don't faze me no more. So now what you got for me? Nothing. I can't be bought. You can't persuade me no more. My spirit ain't even looking at this stuff no more. So once you break yourself from all of that, you align with what you're supposed to be aligned with. Now you ain't got no card to play. Where your card is at? Where your cards at? You ain't got no cards to play. You can't pay me. You ain't got no, I don't want your women. Because they will throw women on you too. You can't pay me, I don't want your women. I ain't trying to be I don't think material goods is success. Like hunter-gatherers do. Or I got a big Benz in a mansion, I'm successful. I don't think like that. You can't play that card. What card you gonna play? Now you gotta play the spiritual card. Now you gotta play who you are inside, if you great or you not. For me to even fool with you. That's the only card you can play, the spiritual card. And if the spiritual card ain't play, Now the spiritual card played right, we good. But all the other stuff, you know, if it comes in the right fashion with the right spirit and the right people, it's cool. But trying to play it to get, no, I ain't going for none of that no more. A man with a weak spirit is just a weak man. If a man could be tempted, he just weak, bro. Ain't no way around it. People, they know that about us. You think the people ain't studied us? Them people want. Once our people get into these drugs and alcohol and all this womanizing, and now they play on it. We got some pills for you. We got some liquor for you. We got a bunch of women for you. We got something for you. You gonna bite one of the licks. You gonna bite. Y'all niggas gonna bite one. Yeah. We got some Louis Vuitton, some Jordans for you. You gonna bite something. But what if you bite all 4 or 5 of them at one time? You weak. You will never win because you biting too many licks. You biting every pump fake, every play action, come from biting the play action touchdown on your ass every time. You got to stay back in the zone, man. Don't bite the lick. Pig. No, we ain't biting the play action no more. You got to come on with it. You get what I'm trying to tell you? A man out of control, our men are out of control. We got to get back in control, bro. We got to get back in control. All that old running around trying to take everybody to dinner and wanting sexual, all this stuff, all these women and all these different ways around. All that stuff got to stop, bro. You out of control. This stuff you got to get in control. Because people use things for power, no matter what it is. It could be sex or $20 or it could be anything, what you know you need at the time. People use things for control. That's how you separate the good from the bad. Some people do it because it's a spiritual thing. They do it for the love of the people. Some people do it to try to control you. You must decipher between the two. Because yeah, a man will come in and pay all your bill, but boy, he want to control you. He won't control for that money. Don't get it. Evil spirited man won't control for the money. Don't get this stuff messed up. That's why hunter-gatherers want all the money and they want to control everything. It's the same thing, people. You got to look at it in the same thing. Payola control. There you go. Payola control. You get it? That's all it is. Now, if you find somebody that does it from here, you better keep them. You'll never find another one. Roll the coin. He's doing it for you personally and not for everybody else. You better keep them. This is how they control our people. We got your paycheck. We're going to make sure your video on TikTok go viral, let you make some money. We got you a Hollywood check. We got you this, that. And it controls people. It's all about control, people. Right? The government, payola for control. Why do you think Native Americans go against us and they don't go against the federal government? Why they go against us and they don't go against the feds? Ain't the feds the one paying y'all to get y'all land? For that little small ass check, that petty ass check, the federal government giving them hunter-gatherers, they'll fight against us for that check. We ain't gonna say nothing to them because they got their little $300 check coming on the first. But we gonna go at them melanated Indians. Does that make any goddamn sense? They controlling hunter-gatherer with a couple damn dollars, keeping them in line. You on our land and we're gonna give y'all this piss poor ass check, and y'all better shut the fuck up. before we take that. And they go for it. It's control. Go to YouTube and look at the Native Americans waiting on their damn federal government check at the mailbox on the reservation. Go look. Motherfucker at the mailbox like a dope fiend. Where the mail? Okay, wait till the mailman come. What kind of strong civilization bring us y'all is? Motherfucker out there like Pookie. It's the 15th, the check. What the man? Motherfucker watching their phone for the money to hit. They ready to get drunk and get high. Look. It's control. Hell yeah, y'all bet I say them melanated people know Indians. We ain't trying to lose that check in this land. We can't buy no house. We ain't got no damn education. We ain't got no work history. We lose this land, we become homeless and perish as a people altogether. That's why they going at us. They don't want to lose their little payola from the feds. We out here disproving their ass ain't Indians. That's their livelihood. Them folk fighting against us on TikTok for their own livelihood. It's that serious. We just on here kicking knowledge. They kicked us in the ass a long time ago. We been put our shit back together. They ain't got nothing to put together no more. We put ours back together over years and years of hard work. You take that shit from them, they ain't got years and years of hard work in them, people. They going straight to the streets, lay it out on the corner, drinking 24 Mad Dogs and shit. They're sleeping drunk. Y'all think this shit a joke. That's why them people come in your lives and talk crazy and shit. You fucking with their livelihood. If you can prove you are the real Indian and they come after you and they take them benefit from them people, and we keep on dropping these bombs and receipts, we're gonna have to fight them people again, y'all. See, y'all playing. We're gonna have to realize, kick them folks in the ass, bro. Imagine, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get out of here. Imagine the news come on. The news come on. We're linking melanated Americans to the mound builders. They're the real Indians. We're going to kick all the Native Americans and cut all their checks on the 15th. All Native Americans got to be gone by the 15th. All that funding for to go to melanated Indians. We're finna trying to get back on their land. So we're going to take y'all land and sell it. We're going to try to start getting them their ancestral land back in the Southeast. We're going to make this thing right. What Native American going to do? Man, them hunter-gatherers going to come to the inner city trying to hurt us. Just that fast, they went from sugar to straight fall off. They lose the casino? Oh, the casino gone? Oh, man. Y'all better pull the sticks out. We're gonna have to go on, get on their ass. No, y'all better get rid. Them folks lose that casino and the reservation, that $1 million a month. Them folks is we gonna have to hurt them people, bro. They already warlords. Yeah, we got them though, Daryl Horton. Ain't no problem. I'm just letting you know what you gonna have to do. We'll have to kick off in there. Ain't no problem to do it, but you know. But I'm just letting you know. If they say we are the reason they lost federal funding and land and casino, we're going to have to kick them in their ass. That's why they on here fighting you online all day, every day. You get it? That's why. You have to look at what these people stand to lose, people. YTs and natives. Everything. And boy, it's a lot. Roll the corn. It's a whole lot. We're going to have to kick both of them in the ass. If them people lose them $1 million businesses on Wall Street and Hollywood and Calabasas and South Beach, Miami, and downtown Atlanta, then the reservations get took and the federal government crumbles, y'all, well, we're going to have to scrap up. Them for livelihood on the land by us finding out who we are, people. That's why you can't get on here playing. Quit playing, bro. This shit is real. The day them people lose livelihood is the day we go to war. While you playing with that federal paperwork in your life, that shit ain't gonna bust a grape in the fruit fight. The same federal paperwork you trying to file gonna get burnt up in the building when we set that motherfucker off. And burn that shit up. Everybody care about the federal, burn all this shit up. Roll the coin. See, you looking at this thing you trying to take the paper route, nigga. Ain't no paper route and getting no land back. I'm just going to politely take my paper down to the courthouse and get my ancestral land back. Here you go, ma'am. Thank you, melanated sir. Here's your land. Your land is the governor's mansion. Kick them out and move on in. That shit make any sense to you? You gonna have to go in there and grab a motherfucker over the counter. Bring your ass here. Look, burn that shit up. Give me the keys to the governor's mansion. Police outside, man, bust, get there. we going in. We ain't got time. That's the only way. What else you gonna do? Or you gonna walk in there with your little census roll, like, oh, I'm on the census as a Choctaw. Can I please get that land back with the casino on it? Here you go. You think I'm gonna give it to you? What you think gonna happen? Let's just get real, bro. Quit playing. You could do your genealogy all the way back down to the dirt. You don't get that land back to your people buried in that dirt. Because I tried to get mine. You just talking shit on the internet. That shit the hardest thing you're going to ever do in your life. You're going to have lawyers fighting for 5 and 6 and 7 years to even get cleared to even go to court for it. You got to keep paying these people to keep the case going. See, I done it. See, y'all be talking about shit you just thinking you. I done paid the lawyers. So I don't respect all that talk. I don't respect all that land patent and all that. I don't respect none of it. Because you know why? I done looked into it. I done it. I done found my real land trying to get it back from them people. And it's hard. People, it's not easy. Hardest thing I've done in my life. It's time consuming. It drains the spirit. And you have to be able to pay them lawyers to stay on them folks and keep the paperwork filed. These people are using tactics. If a date passes and you don't file a certain type of paperwork, your ass can't even file it no more. You just talking shit on the internet. You ain't even made that far. You just, genealogy, land patents. It's all happy-go-lucky. No, the fuck it ain't. Where the fuck you think you at? Fairy tale land? You take that paperwork in there with them motherfucking old ass crackers, they not trying to hear none of that. They gonna file it because it's their job, but it's their job to outthink you at the same time, outlast you at the same time, pushing court dates back 2 years. See, you playing. That's the shit I be talking about. You gotta stop playing, bro. If you ain't never went through this before, and you just talking about it, it sound cool. But it ain't cool when you go in there. Lawyer like, okay, they pushed the court case back 2 years. I need another $2,500 just to keep the paperwork filed, to keep it on file for the 2 years you got. Oh, I need another $1,000. Oh, you got to pay this other, just to try to get your ancestral land back. Even after proving it's your land. My people buried right there. I ain't got to show them much. My people buried right there. They already know what's going on. That ain't even the problem no more. See, some people stuck at finding it. I been knew where it was. My great grandmama been showing me where it was. I had to find my daddy's side, but my great grandmama land, it is hard as hell to even get in court and even talk about it, people. Let alone get it passed back to you. This is an ongoing process of years and years and years of work, people. This shit ain't sweet. So anybody telling you it's sweet, they'll lie. Tell them to their face they'll lie. It ain't sweet. You can go get a land patent piece of land easy, because that is an exile land. But where your people buried it, it's going to be hard to get that. That's what I want. I don't want the land patent land. That's not connected to me. It's not for the weak. Exactly. And you better have some money and some time and some heart and some soul. Because they got it on their side. If you give up in a year, they just going to keep it the rest of your days. You run out of money, they just going to keep it. All this stuff go together. They just going to keep it. The paperwork didn't get filed on that date. That $350 didn't get paid on that certain date. Miss a date. Miss a date one time. Watch what happened to that case. They forfeited the case. They didn't even pay the taxes on the court fee. They ain't even pay the court fees. That case dismissed. Don't pay the court fees on time for them to file paperwork and shit. Your ass out of there. All that hard work, you got to start from ground zero. They're going to push it back 2 years again. Okay. Y'all think truth just on her talk. Go when you go do it, watch what I tell you. All right, I tell you. It's not easy, y'all. You better be prepared for war. With your money in hand, with your lawyer on speed dial. Especially if your land worth a lot of money. Oh, man. Let a big-ass company be out there on your land, or McDonald's or Burger King, or some apartments renting on top. Boy, you finna fight. Them folk got millions. You finna fight them people in court with a whole lot of money. And you try to come out of pocket with the money to keep up with them. This stuff hard, people. It's designed like that to make it hard. So I'm not the type of guy to get on here and tell you it's sweet and it's not sweet. Now, if you get lucky and find your land and it ain't too much going on out there, you probably can get it faster because ain't nobody out there fighting you to get it, right? If it's an old person that already passed away, old YT man that passed away, the land just there. So you might get lucky then. You can go file and pay and get the lawyer. You can come up off of that. But let a entity of a company be on your people's land. Oh, you might as well put them up. You might as well tighten your gloves up. Oh, Summer Spring apartment sitting on your land. McDonald's, Crystals, the pawn shop. Oh, you might as well put your gloves on. Get ready to fight. Put your Vaseline on your... Might as well want Vaseline your shit up, you know, in the corner with the mouthpiece. Yeah. Let's go. Because you finna fight. Banks? Oh, don't let no bank be out there. Oh, a bank out there? Oh, man, you might as well go on. You might as well go on, take the gloves off and fight knuckles. It's finna be a knockdown, tear down fight. And it's gonna take years to get there. Telling y'all the truth, man. Love y'all, I'm in love with you. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I done done this stuff, and I'm still going through it now. As I sit here with you now, I'm still going through that, my great grandmama's land. I don't even talk about it to family or nothing. I just payola, keep the paperwork going to. Hopefully, I get it one day and I present it back to them. Right on the low though, on the hush, because there ain't nothing to talk about. I just got to stay on top of it and keep working it. Right, and I'm trying to get the other land for Georgia. Right, so for other people to come out there and build up on it, and it's just a lot of stuff going on. And I'm just trying to stay focused on it. You right? You feel me? So love y'all. I'm in love with you, man. Hope y'all learned something today. Subscribe to my YouTube. It's in the link is in my bio if you missed these lives. Appreciate the cash out. There's a lot going on, y'all. I'm trying to write the book. I got to stay on top of that. Stay on top of the shirts and stuff and all of that. But I ain't complaining because it's given to me because I can handle it. I ain't tripping. Don't never think I'm complaining. But what I'm saying is, it's real, bro. It's real. This shit real out here. Don't never think. A lot of people trying to paint a picture as this is sweet and it's fairy tale, and you just walk in there and all smiles and hugs when you come to get an ancestral land with $1 million companies sitting on it. It's not smile. Them folk will come take your ass out before they try to pay you, bro. Get you that land back. Folks in a hitman to your motherfucking house. Y'all think that this is not. Look at who you dealing with. Look what they have done in the past to people. Look what they've done in the past to people who just speaking truth. With no paperwork, bro. It's impossible. They the king of paperwork. Can't beat them with that. With the small little clauses in the paperwork, the contracts. What you think a contract is? Why you think all these rappers complaining about these contracts? The record label learned that stuff from the government, people. The record label learned contract work from the government. I heard the mob boss say everything he learned how to do, he learned it from the government. The mob boss in New York, in back in the day, he said everything I learned how to do, I learned it from them. They are the ultimate criminal. They put small shit in the contract, you breach it, it's over with. So you must get a lawyer who understands these contracts to go along with trying to get your stuff back. Because he can peep the play because he already know it. See what I'm saying? A lot of stuff we still don't know. People think they know everything, but you don't. There's some small clauses in them contracts will have you locked in for life, paying them folk for nothing. Y'all have a great day, man. Safe, productive day, man. Love y'all. I'm in love with you. Can live with the
They did everybody right. Burn the libraries. They did that shit to themselves. Right? Phantom Timeline. Who started that? Let's keep going. All right, let's keep going. So what is in dispute is the fate of the U.S. Chazars after the destruction of their empire in the 12th and 13th century, right? On this problem, the sources are scant, but various late medieval Chazar settlements are mentioned in the Crimea, in the Ukraine, in Hungary, Poland, and Lithuania. The general picture, right? The general picture that emerges from these fragmentary pieces of information is that of a migration of Chazar tribes and communities into those regions of Eastern Europe, mainly Russia and Poland. Mainly Russia and Poland, huh? All right, mainly Russia and Poland, huh? I bet they had names like Melville Herstovics, Boaz. Huh. Okay. Let's keep going though. So they were at the dawn of the modern age. the greatest concentrations of U's were found. All right. This had led several historians to conjecture to that of a substantial part, and perhaps the majority of the Eastern U's, and hence of the world of Uri, might be of Chazar and not Semitic origin. Remember, these facts can't be disputed. All right. That far-reaching implications of this hypothesis may explain the great caution exercised by historians in approaching this subject. If they do not avoid it altogether, which is something that they do. Thus, in 1973 edition of the Encyclopedia Judaica, the article Chazar is signed to Dunlap, but there is a separate section dealing with Chazar U's after the fall of the kingdom, which I'm gonna have to find it. Signed by the editors and written by the obvious intent to avoid upsetting believers in the dogma of the chosen race. What's happening, Big C? Peace, peace. Shout out to everybody that's in here. And to let y'all know this too, dude with the funny mustache had Sephardic ancestry. Yeah, you could go research that right now. Right? Dude with the funny mustache had Sephardic North African ancestry. He was, man, remember he was a so-called black man. Remember I brought that out to y'all? He was a black man. All through history described him as a black man. Dude with the funny mustache. All right, keep that in mind. So, the Turkish-speaking Karaites, or Karaites, right? The Turkish-speaking Karaites are fundamentalist Jewish sect of the Crimea, Pola, or Poland, and elsewhere. Look at that Poland again, right? And elsewhere have affirmed a connection with the Chazars, which is perhaps confirmed by evidence from folklore and anthropology as well as language. There seems to be a considerable amount of evidence attesting to the continued presence in Europe of descendants of Chazars. Remember, here are the facts that can't be disputed. All right. Was it we know of as the YT dude with the funny mustache that they love to show you in Hollywood movies and stuff? He was an actor. The real dude with the funny mustache was always the black man standing behind the actor. Like the real dude with the funny mustache was also inside of those films. He was the black man standing behind the white actor. That shit crazy, man. That shit crazy. Like you seen him without seeing him. You know what I'm saying? But he the real one was also inside the movies. Like them old, I'm talking about them old 1930 movie when he was still alive. He was definitely in them. He would be dressed in the same NAZI attire, and he would be standing right next to the white actor that's playing the dude with the funny mustache, but the real one is the black one right there. Mm-hmm. Crimea is Russia, ain't it? Yeah. I think Crimea is Russia, if I'm not mistaken. It should be Russia. Mm-hmm. And then when you go pull him up, he got a different alias, but that alias can't be found nowhere else. But I'm confused. Did he do that on purpose? Did he do what on purpose, Drift? Was that in Plasma in the building? Indigenous Goddess was that in? Correct. Was that in? I'm confused on why would he be in the film? Cause he wanted to be so dude with the funny mustache, right? The black one, he wanted to be in the films because he always wanted to be a movie star. That's literally the whole reason. Like he wasn't hold on, y'all. Hold on. Okay, my bad. Mom Deuce was writing. So here's the crazy thing. When we talk about dude with the funny mustache, the real one, you have to erase everything in your mind that your school, the United States, and movies told you about him. He wasn't like this goddamn, he wasn't like, I'm gonna take over. He was a regular black man who controlled a country, right? He always wanted to be a movie star because he knew so when Hollywood was created over here and everybody started getting attached to movies and movie stars, people wanted to be in movies. And he wanted to be in movies too. But by him being who he was, he couldn't be in movies as himself because other people in the world never knew what he looked like. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody else around the world never knew what he looked like, right? So, which also plays in propaganding whitewash history. So what Hollywood did was just grab a YT man with the small mustache that we always knew and put him inside the movies about him, right? While the real one just played in the background, right? Which goes into hidden hand, right? Hidden black hand is always hidden in plain sight. And, even though dude with the funny mustache was good, kind of, I ain't gonna say that he was 100% right and good, but you know what I'm saying? He was also part of a hidden hand. A lot of them is part of hidden hands. A lot of them is family that's beefing with each other and related. And that shit crazy over there, right? But he was also part of the hidden hand. And a lot of the hidden hand people is in plain sight in your face. So hopefully that makes sense. Mm-hmm. But he was just in movies because he just wanted to be a movie star, and that was the closest he was going to get to being a movie star without actually exposing who he was. Yeah. Yeah, keep going though real quick, y'all, because it's about to get deep. So remember what I said, that Turkish speaking, right? These are Turkish speaking Karolites, right? Fundamentalist Jewish Chazar sect of Crimea, Poland, right? What is Yiddish for real? And elsewhere have affirmed a connection with the Chazars, which is perhaps confirmed by evidence from folklore and anthropology as well as language. Okay? There seems to be a considerable amount of evidence attesting to the continued presence in Europe of descendants of Chazars. How important in quantitative terms is that presence of the Caucasian sons of Japhet? Caucasian sons of Japhet, right? Caucasians. That's the real Caucasian. And I do mean real Caucasian. Like we have a habit in calling every single white person we see as a Caucasian, but we will be incorrect to do that. Not every so-called white person is a Caucasian. They all don't come from the Caucasus Mountains. A specific group do. And a specific group fits the characteristics of those who was born in the Caucasus Mountains. Now, all the other so-called white folks, a lot of their origins, their ancestors probably Hungarian, Georgian, Armenian, You know what I'm saying? They, other type of Slavs in Russia. Shit, some of them might have came from China. There's, Sweden, Switzerland. There's a lot. Netherlands with the Neanderthal, right? The Neanderthal and the Caucasian are two different type of white folks. Don't get it confused. All right. So peep game, peep game, peep game, peep game. Scandinavia, yeah, all of that. So we have to dodge our own hijacks, and we have to understand who's who for real, because these people are behind the psychological colonization that we are under right now. I'm saying this, Sonny. Peace, peace. So these are Caucasian sons of Japhet. I'm saying they're two sons. You haven't seen me in forever. That's crazy. That's shit. Blame TikTok. I be live every day. Ain't nothing changed. I be live every day. So these are Caucasian sons of Japhet. Japhet. Not Esau. Japhet. This is what I be trying to tell people, but some of these Israelites is just they stuck in their racist ways in that King James Bible, and they don't pick up a history book. And then other folks just be following off of what they heard another motherfucker said, but they're not Esau, like I've been saying this whole time. They are not Esau. How can these people be Esau when Esau is the twin of Jacob? Did we forget what a twin was? Because it seems like we forgot what a twin is. Esau is literally the twin of Jacob. The word Esau is a descriptive term. He was just red. He was a red bone. Jacob was swarthy, copper colored. Esau was a red bone, a light skinned nigga. That's it. And people read too deep into it. Well, they said he was hairy. Nigga, we got hairy, light-skinned niggas in our community, nigga. Y'all, everybody in Black American communities ain't. There's some hairy niggas. You see them hairy niggas. Stop playing. We got hairy, light-skinned people. Yeah, Klay Thompson ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He was a Gentile. A Gentile just means a person who don't believe what his brother believed, and he was led astray. That's it. It's like you got two brothers. One chose to be a lawyer and a doctor, and the other one chose to be a blood. Think like that, because that's what it means. And people read a whole different direction into it, but that's literally what it means. And that's literally the story of real life, right? When you get two brothers, you got one brother that excels and do exceedingly well and all that other stuff. And then you got another brother that be in that street life and shit. Like, yeah, you got one brother police, the other one adult. Yeah, Cain and Abel, nigga. So we have to stop calling these people Esau, because that's not who they are. They are the Caucasian sons of Japhet, Gog and Magog. Okay? So I'm just being for real. This the shit that make the Israelites on the corner mad at me. For real. I be saying this shit to them niggas on the corner. They be ready to fight me in the name of Jesus. They'll be like, my brother, get away from this blasphemy before we do something to you. I'm like, God damn, on Yahshua, you gonna hurt me? Nigga, on Yahweh Shah, nigga, I'm gonna do something to you. God damn, nigga, what about the commandments? Nigga, fuck them commandments. Shit. Yeah, stay away from the Israelite camps, nigga. Them niggas don't give a fuck about truth. Them niggas is just racist. Nah, real talk. They don't care about truth. Them niggas is just racist. Them niggas is, any chance they get to call a white person a beast and a devil, they would. They'll do it. That's all they give a fuck about. They don't care about no type of history. They not even reading from the Torah. Them niggas on the corner, just aggressive ass Christians is what I call them. That's what I call them. They aggressive Christians. Because if you was a real Sephardi and you come from Judah, you will have a Torah, Sun book, right? You'll have a Torah. You wouldn't have a King James rewritten Bible still trying to. You cannot wake people up with bullshit, right? So Get you a Torah and some monastic books. You feel me? That's it, Saint. They just don't like white folks. That's it. They just aggressive Christians that don't like white folks, bro. And most of them still believe that they Africans. Them niggas then caught a plane and went to the Middle East and got stuck over that mall. Come on, bro. Stay away from that shit, y'all. You ain't gotta put on no purple Power Ranger suit or none of that type of shit. Just keep doing what you doing. Let's keep going. So the presence of the Caucasian son of Japhet in the tents of Shem, right? One of the most radical proponderers of the hypothesis concerning the Chazar origin of so-called jewelry is the professor of medieval Jewish history at Tel Aviv University in Palak. His book, Khazaria in Hebrew, was published in 1944 in Tel Aviv. Excuse me. And a second edition in 1951. In his introduction, he writes that the facts demand, right? The facts demand. What's that an insightful piece, y'all? Right? The facts demand a new approach, both of the problem of the relations between the Chazar Yuri and other Jewish communities, right? Sephardites, huh? And to the question of how far we can go in regarding this Chazar Yuri as the nucleus of the large Jewish settlement in Eastern Europe. Okay? The descendants of this settlement, those who stayed where they were, those who immigrated with an E, not an I, to the United States. Why would they put immigrate with an E and not an I when they talking about them leaving Europe to the United States? Anybody know? Anybody know? Pop quiz. I ain't give y'all a pop quiz Friday. Anybody know why? Why did they use an E instead of an I when they say they immigrated to the United States? From Europe now. They not from the United States. See, I love definition check, a geography check. Nah, we talking about Chazars. We're not talking about us. We talking about Chazars. Why would they use an E instead of an I with the Chazars, leaving Eastern Europe to the United States? Poland, Russia. How close is Russia to America? Where do America and Russia connects at? One means they're going to a new land. The other one means they're moving across their own land. Y'all remember that Siberian population that I broke down to y'all? Y'all remember I told y'all, right? You can't keep calling every Native American a Siberian. You have to research Siberian population. It was a multi-ethnic population. The Siberian population was 85% Slavic, Russian, German, Turkic. It was 10% Mongolian, 5% Indo. That created the Siberian population that came across the land bridge. Now, when you do the math of when they came across the land bridge, it's going to put you inside the time frame that we're reading right now. So who really came over here across the land bridge? It was more small hats and Caucasians than it was Mongolian featured people. Which also proves that the Native Americans came later on. But anyways, we ain't talking about them right now. We on Chazar business, right? So put it together. Put it together. All right. They were exiled. They had kicked out of them motherfuckers. said, what about South Americans then? What about South Americans? So let's keep going. So those who immigrated with an E, not an I, to the United States and to other countries, and those who went to Israel constitute now the large majority of the world Yuri, right? World Yuri. You said we don't have Siberian DNA. I don't know who you are, fam. I don't even know what you look like. But anyways, though, so they constitute a large majority of the so-called world Yuri, but they're not the majority. The Sephardics still exist today. They still exist today. The Sephardics still here, but they've been ethnic cleansed, right? They're called Africans and black and shit, right? They've been ethnic cleansed by now. Okay. You said I'm from South America. Shit, I don't mean nothing. There's white people from South America. I don't, when people try to prove who they are, you can't just say you from a region like that means something. There's white people who's from South America. There's white people from South Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like if you talking about the natives who look Asian, then yes, there are Siberians in South America, and that is a fact. All right. Now, if you are the real indigenous copper-colored people that's been classified as black and colored in history, then you are the indigenous person of that land. But this is not an indigenous live, so you might have to catch me tomorrow or something like that, right? So let's keep it going. More likely, you're probably Siberian and don't know it. But let's keep going, though. Let's keep going. This ain't we wrong topic, right? Stay on topic. All right, we're talking about Chazars. So they don't constitute the large majority, but for right now, they constitute the large majority of the so-called world Yuri, right? Eastern Europeans. Okay, what's happening, Pop? Peace. This was written before the full extent of the Holocaust was known, right? This was written before the Holocaust was known. But that does not alter the fact that the large majority of surviving small hats in the world is of Eastern European origin, Chazars, and thus perhaps mainly of Chazar origin. If so, this would mean that their ancestors came not from Jordan, but from Volga. Volga. When you say Volga, that a small hat comes into your mind. For real, y'all just say it. Say Volga. When you say Volga, it sounds like a small hat place that they will come from, right? Hello, Volga. Where you from, Volga? What are you, a newish? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That shit. So yeah, it fits. Volga, right? They didn't come from Jordan or Judah. They're not Judean or Jerusalem. They from Volga, Eastern Europea, right? Not from Canaan, but from Caucasia. I like that. You ain't from Canaan, you from Caucasia, right? Or the Caucasus. Once believed to be the cradle of the Iranian race. Iranian race, huh? What is YT imperialism? And that genetically, they were more closely related to the Huns and Magyar tribes than the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who is Israel, aka Israelites. Should this turn out to be the cause or the case, then the term so-called anti-Semitism would become void of meaning. And it is void of meaning once you know the history. The reason why they can get away with this is because majority of the population don't know this history. And if you don't know history, I could pretend to be whoever I want and you gonna go with it, especially if I throw a white face on it. Just because of your ignorance of history, I can get away with a lot of shit. So that's why they can get away with it. Yeah, I don't know that. And and they just coined the term anti-Semitism not that long ago. There was no such word until niggas started catching on to who they was. And then they coined the term, anti-Semitic, they figuring us out, anti-Semitic, counsel them. They counsel them. Just take Kanye West money, make Nick Cannon apologize. You guys are racist? Oh, God. Them niggas start tweaking out in this bitch. You start, come on, man. When you call a demon by his name, they tweak out. When you call a demon by their name, they tweak out. This is one of the reasons why demons stay hidden. Once the world know who these people are, it's a wrap. And then everybody will be questioning, well, if y'all ain't who y'all say y'all are, y'all from this region, then who and where are the real ones? And then it's going to have to bring everybody back full circle to Black Americans once again. See, we not, like I always said, we're not claiming to be everything in history. Nah. Just because we say somebody was swarthy in Germany, that don't mean that that's us. That's, you know what I'm saying? That nigga was just swarthy. That ain't us. We saying 3 identities that make up our culture and us. And it just so happened to be the mother civilizations of the world. Indian, American Indian, Safford-eye, and more. That's all we saying. Y'all can have all the rest of the shit. Y'all niggas can have the Russians, the Swedes, the Neanderthals. Y'all can have the Volgas. Y'all can have Gog, Magog. You niggas can have, the Caucasus region. You niggas can have Saudi Arabia for all the nigga give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? There's all these other different people. You got the Angles, the Saxons, the Jutes. You got all these other people in the world. But everybody losing their mind off of 3 identities off of millions. And one has to ask themselves, why? Why are people tweaking out? What is it behind this Indian, Sephardic, and Moorish connection that Black Americans have? Why is it that the small hats follow your ass everywhere you go? Why do they always have to be behind everything you do? Your rappers, 360 contracts, your football players, your basketball players, your civil rights leaders. Why are they your NAACPs, your Urban League, your HBCUs? Why? What is it about you that you haven't realized about yourself? What is it about your influence of culture that makes these people want to adopt it so bad? These people creating some shit called Jubonics. I swear to you, you can get off my live and research this shit right now. Small Hats is trying to create some shit called Jubonics, nigga. Or Yiddish Ebonics, nigga. What is it about your Ebonics that they need? Our people haven't even realized that some of your Ebonics are Hebrew words, as well as Moorish Arabic words. A lot of y'all names is Hebrew. The little young brother that got unalived them years ago, Tamar Rice, right? Tamar, Hebrew. Tupac got unalived, right? Tupac Amaru, indigenous, huh? Malcolm X got hit up, El Shabazz, Moorish, right? Jeff Fort, political prisoner, locked down, Moorish, right? Larry Hoover, Sephardic, huh? Y'all gotta pay attention, man. Y'all gotta wake up, is all I'm saying. Just keep reading, though. Let's keep reading. All right, let's keep reading. All right. The whole Norman conquest was Norse people. So I don't know what you talking about. You said do you think we came from nothingness? What you talking about, inside job? I don't really like your username for real. So now, yeah. So the Aryan race, and that genetically they are more closely related to Huns, Ogars, and Mayars tribes than the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, aka Israel, Israelites, right? And should this turn out to be the case, which it is, that's why they don't want to do no DNA tests and shit like that, right? Then the term so-called anti-Semitism would become void of meaning based on the misapprehension shared by both the unalivers and their victims. Huh? The story of the Khazar Empire, as it slowly keeps emerging from the past, begins to look like the most cruel hoax which history has ever perpetuated. A cruel hoax, right? Shit, that wouldn't be far-fetched. The governments be playing nothing but cruel hoaxes on people. Nigga, they got people paying for water. That's a hoax. They got you paying for apples. A cruel hoax, ain't it? They got you believing that you black, you're white. Cruel hoax, huh? These people printing the money, making you work for the money, only for them to tax the money, and you spend the money and send the money back to the very bank that print the money. So therefore, your whole life is for free. Well, you slaving for free. That's one of the cruelest hoax, huh? Damn. Who created this system? The monetary system that we have today came from who? Khazars. All right. 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 Peace, peace, Mother Nurture. Glad you can join us. Right. Talk about slavery, right? Let's keep going though. What's that, Jay? Let's keep going though. Appreciate that gift. Appreciate that gift. All right. Let's keep going though. So now, the amount of evidence is attesting to continue the presence of the Europe, right? We already broke that down. Boop, 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 boop. Right? So here we are. Here we are. Oh, it's about to get real deep on this page, y'all. Y'all, hey, look, it's gonna get real deep on this page. Y'all might as well go ahead and spark one up or something. I don't know what y'all partake in, but get it in. Here we go. All right. Armenian scribes, whose countries are much older culture, had been repeatedly devastated by Khazar horsemen. I mean, the 4 horsemen, huh? Right, 1913, 1914 income tax system, right? Came from who? Khazars, right? But listen to what they said, right? Devastated by the Khazar horsemen. 4 horsemen? Pestilence? Let's keep going. A Georgian chronicle echoing in ancient tradition identifies them with the host of Gog and Magog. Japhet, Caucasian son Japhet, Gog and Magog. All right? Listen. A Georgian chronicle echoing in ancient tradition identifies them with the host of Gog and Magog, aka wild men. Wild men, huh? With hideous faces in the manners of a wild beast, huh? Eaters of blood. Wild men. Wild beast. Partakers of blood. Now we're going to put a pin in that real quick. Now I can break this down to you. Anybody know what this is? Anybody know what this is? It's German, but it's a German newspaper. All right. This is a German newspaper that was published under dude with the small, dude with the funny mustache regime. Right. He printed this newspaper telling you that they drink blood. That picture, look very close at that picture. I can't blow it up because I'm on TikTok. It's them getting the blood from BABIES. Okay. Dude with the funny mustache been trying to tell people. He been trying to tell people. And guess what? The Chazars are the one that demonized the dude with the funny mustache to you. All right. Now, there's a ritual. Before I get into this, though, now you can start putting two and two together on why there's so many missing children. They say children go missing, every 30 seconds, 20, 30 seconds or something like that, every 5 minutes or something like that. Why your Amber Alert haven't went off all year? Oh, shit, because they created the Amber Alert. Damn. Uh-oh. But we ain't gonna get in there, right? So there's a ritual that they do. The ritual that I'm referring to is known as the Metzah Pa, which is Hebrew for suction by mouth. It is a traditional part of the Jewish circumcision ceremony when they're babies, and it's practiced primarily within a certain ultra-Orthodox community. Okay? After the foreskin is removed, the ritual circumciser places their mouth directly on the wound and suction a small amount of blood away. This is not quote unquote drinking, right? In a dietary sense. Right? Peace. What's happening? The practice is mentioned in the Talmud, not in the Torah. This is not in the Torah. This is in the Talmud, the shit that they wrote and created. The Talmud is what they wrote and created. They took little bits of the Torah and they mixed it with their pagan, shamanistic, barbaric debauchery, and they created the Talmud. This is what they go by. Okay? Okay? Exactly. SOYP. Facts. There's another one called blood levels throughout history. Historically, blood levels often took place close to Passover when so-called Jews were charged with using the blood of Christian children to bake matzahs. The proximity of such charges to Easter was thus also often associated with the continuing belief that Chazars were responsible for the passion and crucifixion of Jesus. Okay? This is why they don't believe in Jesus, or they don't like or say, man, look, we're going to get into it. The blood levels, together with allegations of well poisoning, were a major theme in Jewish persecution in Europe. It was a theme, a major theme. Everybody in Europe kicked these niggas out of their country for this shit right here. Over 109 countries kicked these niggas out for this shit right here. Drinking blood of man, look. All right. Throughout the Middle Ages, in which we're reading, right? Throughout the Middle Ages and into the modern period, they still do it. They were a central component in the development of modern anti-Semitism in the 19th century. All right, blood labels. Ugh. All right. Let's get back into it. Just had to break that down so you'll get back into it. Oh, shit. Right? So Gog and Magog, wild men with hideous faces and the manners of a wild beast, eaters of blood, right? They all, and the crazy thing is, y'all sit down next to a lot of these niggas in restaurants. Yes, I like to have a steak. How would you like that steak cooked? Rare. How would you like your steak cooked, ma'am? Medium rare. The fuck? Yeah, leave a little blood in there for me. The fuck wrong with this nigga? How would you like yours done, man? Cook my shit well done. I don't know what the fuck they on. Yeah, I don't want no, get all that shit up out of there, nigga. Well done. You did. And guess what? You know who else is called? Nah, I'll say that for another live. I connect all that in another live. Flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood, huh? Vampires. Now you starting to understand where the vampire story is at. Like Swarthy mentioned yesterday on live. Count Dracula, Vlad, small hat. Think about where Vlad, Count Dracula, is from. Think about that region. Why is a lot of small hat people named Vlad? Like Vlad TV, who is a small hat. Most of them got the name Vlad. Put two and two together of the vampire movies. Now, they not Dracos. Dracos is a dragon. Dragons are Nagas. We the Draco. They the parasite. That's why they drink blood. They leeches, they parasites. We the Dracos. We the Nagas. Nah, they not Dracos. I don't have to look deeper. I done already looked deep enough. A parasite can't be a dragon. They flipped history around on you. They flipped a lot of shit around on you. They the ones that created the whole narrative that the serpent and the dragon was bad and all of that other shit, right? It's the opposite. Oh, we gonna get there, Kobe. Stop reading ahead, man. So let's keep going. So an Armenian writer refers to, quote, the horrible multitude of Chazars with insolent, broad, lashless faces and long fallen hair like women, unquote. Lastly, the Arab geographer Eskatgadi, one of the main Arab sources, has this to say, quote, the Khazars do not resemble the Turks. They don't resemble the Turks. They are black-haired and are of two kinds. One called the Carter Khazars, which is black Chazars, who are swarthy, verging on deep black skin complexion, as if they were a kind of Indian. What Indian? What kind of Indian? How many of y'all knew that there were black small hats? Anybody ever knew that? Anybody ever knew that there were black small hats running around? Everybody's so used to seeing the YT one. Nobody ever asked about the black Chazars. Where they at? Where they at? What do they look like? You definitely have to ask what they look like, because we all been brainwashed to think that all black people come from Africa. We all look the same, and black this and black that and black power. Oh, all that bullshit. It's the reason why the hidden hand can hide real good. I promise you, the whole reason why they push that black shit and every dark skinned person from Africa and all that shit like that is so the hidden hand can hide in plain sight. Cause now you so racist that you focus on anybody with pale skin and straight hair. You ain't even think about melanated people, not a bit. And I know that for a fact. I've been on this app for 6 years, been on Facebook for 10, and I've been in real life for 36 years, nigga. All my life, the white man this, the white man that, the white man, the white small hats. It just white everything with you niggas. And as soon as somebody be like, bro, it's some black niggas doing this shit too, you hate yourself, my brother. You trying to defend the white man. The fuck that got to do with what I just said, bro? You have to ask yourself, who is stopping the progression of melanated people? Because not all melanated people want the progression of melanated people. Who's keeping the black American stagnated? Why have we had so many bullshit leaders, quote unquote leaders in the communities that ain't never did shit? It's easy for a melanated Chazar to infiltrate the community. You racist right now. It's easy for them to infiltrate you right now. You racist as fuck. Colorist and shit. They got you. A white Chazar cannot infiltrate a melanated community. We stop white folks at the door. Hey, who you know over here, bro? Hey, who you came over here to see? Hold on, that nigga ain't from this neighborhood. Hey, what you got business doing over here? What's up? Right? A nigga can't infiltrate us, but their black counterparts can. And when they said that they look like an Indian, they're definitely talking about American Indians. They look like us. We talking about 700 AD, 1400s, 1940. America was still called India. And Indians were still Indians, and they were still Hindustans. Them niggas look like you. There's a lot of people that look like you, but ain't you out here. And there's some motherfuckers that don't look like you. But these niggas right here, they look like you. Your black Chazars become your black British later on in history, right? Black Anglo-Saxons, Germanic tribes, conquering, taking over, Chazars, right? Ooh, they become your black British later on in history. And black British look just like you, sound like you, talk like you, walk like you. They hate your guts. I'm telling you, it's all connected. You just got to start at the beginning and start untangling shit. This is why we started off with the origins of the Anglo-Saxons. Then we went to the ancient and modern Britons, just so I could get it in y'all mind that these are swarthy people at this time, right? Pale skin and straight hair wasn't really a thing like that, only in certain regions at a time. But a lot of these people is mostly melanated. Some look like you, some don't look like you. Some look African. A lot of people you be calling Africans are actually black Caucasians. For real, go pull up black Caucasians. They look just like Africans. There's only two types of melanated phenotypes, us and the African. Now, anything else dealing with Dravidians and black Hindus with straight hair, those are hybridized people. They come later. When you talk about the Aboriginal Australoid and you like, no, they dark with straight hair, they came later. The original was the Tasmanian. A lot of these people, come on, man. You got us. My bad, Nat 2. There's 3. My fault. You got us, Black Americans who are Afro-Asiatic in nature. Then you have the African phenotype, all right? And then you have the Black Grecian phenotype. And the Black Grecian is the Black Greek. Their phenotype is more of an Ethiopian, Somalian, right? Like their skin complexion is like a sand brown with loose curly hair, sometimes straight hair phenotype. You know what I'm saying? Well, we'll get into it. 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 He said that's the pump fake. So let's keep going. So there's 2 type of Chazars. We got the Kara Chazars, which is the black Chazars who are swarthy, verging to deep black, as if they were some kind of Indian. And a white kind, the Ak Chazar, who are strikingly so-called handsome, right? This is more flattering, but only adds to the confusion. For it was customary among Turkish people to listen to where your statuses come from today. It was customary among Turkish-ish people to refer to the ruling classes or clans as white. This is the beginning of your race classification. Listen, the ruling classes were known as white, and to the lower strata as black. Thus, there is no reason to believe that the white burglars were whiter than the black burglars, right? Whiter, right? You just broke down what it was, right? And that the white Huns who were invading India and Persia in the 5th and 6th centuries were of a fairer skin than the other Hun tribes which invaded Europe. As Karates, black-skinned Chazars, as much else in his colleagues' writings. They were based on hearsay and legend, and we are none the wiser regarding the Chazars' physical appearance and their ethnic origins. The last question can only be answered in a vague and general way, but it is equally frustrating to inquire into the origins of the Huns, the Alans, the Avars, the burglars, the Megars, the Bashkirs, the Bertas, the Sibirs, the Ogars, the Saragirs, the Onagers, the Otagers, the Kurtagers, the Tarnaks or Taniaks, the Kabars, the Zabenders, the Peachnegs, the Gaz, the Kumans, the Kapshiks, and dozens of other tribes of people who at one time or another in a lifetime of the Chazar kingdom passed through the turnstiles of those migratory playgrounds. Even the Huns, of whom we know much more, are of a certain origin, and their name apparently derived from the Chinese Hong Nu, in which designates warlike nomads in general, while other nations applied the name Hun in a similarly indiscriminate way to nomadic herds of all kinds, including the white Huns mentioned above, the Sabars, the Magyars, and the Chazars. It kind of makes you think about Genghis Khan, like the Mongols versus the Huns. And if the Chazars is part of this Huns, this warlike nomadic people, what if Genghis Khan was trying to stop them niggas too? Uh-oh. What if Genghis Khan was trying to stop these niggas too? Mm. Right? He was a real life Thanos. He was trying to stop all corruption. It's facts. And Genghis Khan or Temujin, he was Muslim. He was Islamic. He was considered a so-called Moor. And we're reading that the Chazars and the Muslims were beefing. Keep that in mind. Was Genghis Khan really bad? Got to remember who's telling you the story now. Okay. So let's dive into chapter 2 real quick, because this is nothing but just the introduction of what next week is going to be about, right? You know, on the weekends, we have recaps and introductions to next week's lives, right? So next week, we're going to be breaking down the Chazar Empire. We also going to break down the war on the Sephardic Jews during the Roman Empire of 1 AD, and the creation of Jesus. So we pretty much kind of going to dive back into Thoth a little bit. Excuse me. And we're going to put all of this shit together as a puzzle piece. And then once we get this together, then we can dive back into colonial history with the Cajuns, the Creoles, the American Indians, the Sephardics, the Moors, and we can really start seeing why they was exiled and who was really doing it. All right. And then all of this is going to lead us into the 1900s, where we start breaking down when the United States started getting infiltrated governmental wise. So peak game, man. Peak game. Peak game. Peak game. You said, what about Mansa Musa? What about Mansa Musa, big dog? That's another fact, Drift. Genghis Khan never forced people to become Islamic or Muslim. Yeah, I seen that Lego video. The only reason why Iran is trying to tell the truth now is because the veil been lifted. That's the only reason why, because the veil been lifted. That's the only reason why a lot of these European countries are starting to tell the truth slowly and surely, because the veil being lifted. These niggas had over 100 years to tell niggas the fucking truth, and they didn't. They did business with these niggas. So the only reason why they trying to tell the truth now is because of karmic retribution. They trying to right their wrongs and erase their sins. That's the only reason. Yeah, Putin and all them. The niggas could have been showed us the Black Madonna 100 years ago. Like real shit. But it ain't up to us no more. It's up to the universe. Genghis Khan is Mongolian? Yeah. Mongolian back then doesn't mean what it means today. The word Mongolian is a descriptive term for people that have Asiatic features. That's all that means. That's literally what it means. Mongolian, and it comes from mongrel, meaning mixed. So it ain't what people think it is. And then you got to remember where the Mongolian spot began at in the first place. We Black Americans are the progenitors and the primary carriers of the Mongolian spot. Remember, this is Asia Major. The birth of a lot of Asiatic people came from America. They came from us. You said explain how we Asiatics, because America is India Superior. India is inside of Asia. This is Asia Major. Over there is Asia Minor. Everything about our customs and traditions is Asiatic in nature, you know, Negro Buddha found in Canada, you know, all the meditation that you do, all the frankincense, the sage, you know, your almond eyes, your high cheekbones, everything about you is Asiatic. We are the Asiatics. The original people are antediluvian, so-called Asiatic people. So this is why when that Asian scientist did the DNA test, he was like, we came from so-called Africans. You got to read between the lines when they say that. They came from so-called African Americans. So that's why I said that we, you know what I'm saying, like, that's why I kind of been telling people, like, stop calling Native Americans Siberians or Mongolians and shit like that, because technically, historically, they're not. They're more closely related to the small head people and Armenians and shit than they are of Mongolia. And those people that's in Mongolia today migrated there. They're not originally from there. The original Mongols look just like us. And they used to call you that way back in like Jim Crow days and shit. Get out of here, you mongrel. Yeah, they used to call you that shit too. Right? They used to call you Sambo, which is an Asiatic deity. You feel me? They used to call you a mongrel, which Mongolian or, you know, half breed, mixed breed, or whatever that crazy shit is. You know what I'm saying? So we'll break down their origins, because the Native Americans are hybridized people. They come from, they are a creation of three nations coming together and giving birth to children, which later becomes so-called Native Americans or your First Nations. And one of their ancestors are East Asians, who are melanated people, right? Another one of their ancestors is Caucasians, right? Neanderthals and shit. That's where they get the white and the pale and the straight hair from. And then later on, you get Chazars and Turks. They are a mixture of Japhet and Ham. Bingo. Bingo. They are a mixture of Japhet and Ham. Exactly. You seen some older natives that are your complexion? Yeah. The older, the further back you go in Native Americans' ancestry, the darker their ancestors get. The pale skin, straight hair Native American you see today is a recent kind of a thing that popped up on the scene. But the further back you go in a lot of people's ancestry, the darker the ancestors get. That's why I just call them albinos, honestly, because that's technically what they are. There's seven different types of albinism. Most people only know about one. They ain't albinos, they ain't pale skin, blonde hair, red eye. That's only one type. And you've only seen one type in your life. Well, technically you've seen all seven, but you didn't know that you was looking at what you was looking at. So you only know about one, but these technically they're albinos. They're the albino version of the melanated ones. Mm-hmm. Yep. What about Scottish? Their declaration was written in Hebrew and speaks similar to Jamaicans. Yeah. A lot of Jamaicans got Scottish ancestry, or the Scots, you know, Ireland as well too. You know, the Scots come from Chaldeans. Chaldeans or one of the progenitors of what we call Israelites today. You know what I'm saying? You know, they all started off as melanated people. So when you talk about, so when you looking at pale skinned Scots with red hair and freckles and shit like that, you're looking at the albino version of the melanated Scots and Ireland people. Like real shit. That's what you're looking at. Or the lighter skinned version of those folks. The melanin or the ginger hair and the freckles in their face is melanin, right? They did a number on Black Americans and Irish people a long time ago to separate us, because at one time we fought together and we was real, you know, click tight. But just as a history too, and you can go research it, there's a lot of so-called white Scots and Irelands that's gingered and they can grow afros and shit. It's a lot of them over there with afros, gingered afros and shit. That shit's crazy. And they'll never show you these people. That's why you got to go look at it yourself. Right? You type in Ireland and Scottish people, you get the same default white person. You know what I'm saying? But when you do your research and go, you know, go in there type shit, you'll see they pale skin, ginger afros. Some of them got freckles on their face. Some of them tall. Some of them got the phenotype that look just like us, jawbones, almond eyes, etc., etc. So, but these people separated folks to cause a division amongst everybody else so they can control every nation. Every nation is being controlled by division, divide and conquer, right? At one time, we all fought together against these people, and they knew that they had to divide us. That's the only way that they could win. So this is why they pushed racism and colorism and pseudo history about out of Africa and all this other stuff. They created all that shit. Mm-hmm. Let's read this real quick. You said Prince Harry? Yeah, Prince Harry come from a melanated Irish background. That's why I said earlier that not all so-called white people are the same. Even they know the difference. You got white folks that descend from Neanderthals. You got white folks that descend from the Caucasus Mountains. You got white folks that come from Ireland originally. They come from the melanated versions of themselves that was there. Yeah, you know, it's a fact. You know, and when I say Neanderthals, I'm saying people that is from the Netherlands. I'm not saying that ape shit that they promote to you, because I haven't seen a monkey turn into a white or black man, right? And I know that the small hats created the out of Africa theory and the hominids and monkey and shit, right? Because they look at you as a beast. Remember we read the Talmud yesterday and I broke it down to you? They look at you, Goyim, as beast and animal. So this is why they say that y'all came from fucking monkeys. They never said they did. They said y'all came from monkeys and shit. You know what I'm saying? Gotta peep the game. Peep the game. Yeah. So, but let's keep going real quick. So now we in chapter 2 with the conversion. All right, just a little drop on the conversion. The religion of Hebrews, right? The real ones, right? The religion of the Hebrews, writes Bury, quote, had exercised a profound influence on the creed of Islam, and it had been a basis for Christianity. It had won scattered proselytes, but the conversion of the Chazars to the undiluted religion of Jehovah is unique in history, right? It's unique in history, right? The undiluted religion of Jehovah. Okay. What was the motivation of this unique event? It is not easy to get under the skin of a Chazar prince covered, as it was by a coat of mail. But if we reason in terms of power politics, which obeys essentially the same rules throughout the ages, a fairly plausible analogy offers itself. Peace, original Haley. At the beginning of the 8th century now, the reason why I'm putting emphasis on the 8th century is because the Sephardic Jews and the Moors had already been conquered by the Romans or the Roman Empire, right? And they have been ethnic cleansed into a new category. So from the 8th century to the rest of history, they're not known as Sephardic Jews and Moors no more. They are called Africans or Africans, right? Afar people. Okay. All right, P. Guys, I want to throw that in there. So in the 8th century, the world was polarized between the two superpowers representing Christianity and Islam. All right. Two superpowers, Christianity and Islam. Their ideological doctrines were wielded to power politics, persuaded by the classical methods of propaganda. The classical methods of propaganda, right? Subversion and military conquest, which sounds familiar in 2026, right? You know, niggas go to war, the propaganda, subversion, military conquest, peep game, right? Anyways, the Khazar Empire represented a third force, which had proved equal in either of them, both as an adversary, Satan, and as an ally. But it could only maintain its independence by accepting neither Christianity or Islam, right? For either choice would have automatically subordinated it to the authority of the Roman Empire, Holy Roman Empire, Christianity, right? Or the Caliphate of Baghdad, right? There had been no lack of efforts by either court to convert the Khazars to Christianity or Islam. But all they resulted in was the exchange of diplomatic courtes, right? Dynastic intermarriages and shifting military alliances based on mutual self-interest. Relying on its military strength, the Khazar kingdom with the hinterland of vessel tribes was determined to preserve its position as the third force, leader of the uncommitted nations of the steppes. Right? Third position, right? Which is what you have today, right? In 2026, it's Christianity, Islam, right? So-called Judaism, right? Ashkenazi, right? 3. Okay. Catholics is under the Christians. Okay. So at the same time, their intermediate or immediate contacts with Byzantine, right, Holy Roman Empire, and the Caliphate had taught the Khazars that their primitive shamanism was not only barbaric but outdated compared to the great monotheistic creed, right? But also unable to confer on the leaders of the spiritual and legal authority which the rulers of the two theocratic world powers and the Caliphate and the Emperor enjoyed. You see what's going on? All right. So the version of either creed would have meant submission, the end of independence, right? So they're telling you that if the Khazars would have became Christian or Islamic, it would have mean that they would have to submit and be subordinated under them, and their independence would have came to an end. So thus would have defeated its purpose. What could have been more logical than to embrace a third creed, which was uncommitted towards either of the two, yet represented the venerable foundation of both? Somebody got a wise idea, right? The king up there talking about like, bro, I ain't trying to make us Christians, y'all. And I ain't really trying to get down with the Islams. You feel me? Because that would destroy our empire, our independence that we worked so hard for. Man, we got to come up with something. And then his right-hand man, who probably be digging into them libraries, came to him and was like, hey, why don't we be Judaic? I heard this, I read this thing about Judaism. and Torahs and stuff. And this is where both of those religions actually stem from. So why not be a convert to the so-called creed that the Christian and Islamic creed descend from, which will put us at the head? That is a good ass idea. See, this is why you my right hand man. This is why I got you in those libraries. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Exactly, Kataba. That was their original spirituality before they became Judaism. That was their original one before they became Judaism. Right? Said the old way was Mayat. Mayat in Judaism is the same thing. Original, real Judaism is the same thing. It's all a Gnostic and esoteric and hermetics. All right. So they was like, okay, cool. We gonna do that then. And this is the beginning. Military head, that's now the president and leader. Oh, So now, foundation of both. The apparent logic of the decision is, of course, due to the deception or the deceptive clarity of hindsight. In reality, the conversion to Judaism required an act of genius. Why did the conversion of Judaism require an act of genius? What did you have to be genius about if you wanted to convert to this? Why would you have to come up with a genius plan to convert to this? For control. But what is it about the Sephardics? Right? Because you would have to convert to Judaism through the Sephardic Jews, right? The real people. So what would you have to do? An act of genius. How can we get these people, the Sephardics, to accept us? Keep that in mind. Yet, both the Arab and Hebrew sources on the history of the conversion. So these people, every time we talk about this shit, these folk be talking about it's false, it's pseudo. But how is this conversion pseudo when it's inside the Hebrew sources itself? Aren't you guys not Hebrews? But it's inside the Arab and Hebrew sources itself on the history of the conversion. However, varied in detail, point to a line of reasoning as indicated above. To quote Bury once more, quote, there can be no question that the ruler was actuated by political motives in adopting Judaism, right? Political motives. All right. To embrace Mohammedism would have made him the spiritual dependent on the caliphs who attempted to press their faith on the Chazars. And in Christianity lay the danger of this becoming an ecclesiastical vessel of the Holy Roman Empire. So Judaism was a reputable religion with sacred books. Sacred books, which both Christians and Mohammedans respected. Why did the Christians and Mohammedans respected the sacred books of the real Judaism? Because those books contain hermetics. The book of Thah, right? Torah, the laws of Mayat, that antediluvian knowledge. This is why they had to use an act of genius to get inside, because the Sephardites, preferably the tribe of Judah or Jude, they were scribes and protectors of knowledge and wisdom. They was like, nah, bro, like this shit is bloodline only type shit. You know what I'm saying? Coloreds only. You feel me? So it would be hard to even try to be accepted into something like that was only for family. So they had to think about an act of genius to do this. Let's keep going though. So the Mohammedans respected it. It elevated, or my bad. Oh man. It elevated him above the heathen barbarians and secured him against the interference of the caliphates or the emperor, right? But he did not attempt, along with circumcision, intolerance of the Jewish cult. He allowed the mass of his people to abide in their heathendom and worship their idols. Though the Chazar court's conversion was no doubt politically motivated, right? Politically. They only converted politically. So that means they still do their original debauchery, barbaric culture. Only politically, they're Judaic, which is a difference. It would still be absurd to imagine that they embraced overnight, blindly, a religion whose tenets were unknown to them. Their tenets was unknown to them. In fact, however, they had been well acquainted with the Sephardic Jews, because there's Sephardic Jews in Germany right now with Moors, remember? Okay. In their religious observance for at least a century before the conversion, though the continued influx of refugees from religious persecution in the Byzantine Empire, who's persecuting Sephardic Jews at this time, and to a lesser extent from countries in Asia Minor, conquered by the Arabs. We know that Khazaria was a relatively civilized country among the barbarians of the north, yet not committed to either of the militant creed, and so it became a natural haven for the periodic exodus of Sephardic Jews under the Byzantine rule. How did the Sephardic Jews ended up in Khazaria in the first place? They were enslaved by the Byzantine Empire, and they was shipped and traded to these places. Appreciate that. The word Saxon, right? This is what I was going to tell you. So when we talk about Anglo-Saxons, Saxon, they're Germanic by birth, but they're not Germanic by blood. The Saxons, the word Saxon means the son of Isaac. Let me say that again. Saxons mean sons of Isaac. So you had Sephardics in Germany already because of the exile that they went through when they was fighting the Byzantine and the Holy Roman Empire in the Iberia and in North Africa. When they was conquered, right? And we know that the Byzantine Empire isn't the real holy, right? These Byzantine monks and Holy Roman Empire, you know, you dealing with kind of the same shit as Chazars, right? They're Turks, they're Armenians, they're Georgians, There are some people from Khazaria. You got, you know, it's Germans, like you Slavs, like you got all them in one big ass confederate starting to invade and conquer other people's lands, right? They're leaving Germany and shit and conquering the British Isles, Ireland with St. Patrick and all of them. Woo, woo. But they're doing it under the religion of so-called Christianity for some of them doing it under the name of so-called Islam a little bit, but not for real. Those are the renegade Islamic people, those who was converted to Islam. Let me say that. And then you got the Chazars who still looking for an identity to go under so they could become the third political power. You see what I'm saying? Do any of that make sense? Just want to make sure. All right. Santa Sharonda. Peace, peace. So they still hiding under identities, but they are still the same people with the same motive. You could say, yeah. You could say that. Mm-hmm. That's facts, Joe. That's facts. That's facts. Eastern Orthodox. Mm-hmm. So let's keep going. Just want to break that down. So they was already acquainted with Sephardic Jews anyways, because of the Byzantines and the Holy Roman Empire, right? For periodic exodus of the Sephardic Jews under the Byzantine rule, threatened by forced conversion, right? And other pressures, right? Because what was going on during the exodus of the Sephardic Jews during the Byzantine and the Roman and all of that, right? The Holy Roman Empire, right? They was trying to force the Sephardics to become Christian Serapis worshipers, right? Remember we covered that? They was trying to convert the Sephardic Jews to be Serapis worshipers, right? Christians, right? That was going on. That's why they said forced conversions, right? It was to Christianity. They wanted them to be Serapis worshipers, right? Holy Roman Empire, Constantine and all them, right? And other pressures. Persecution in various forms had started with Justinian the First in 527 and in 565, and pursued particularly vicious forms under Heraclius in the 5th century and Leo the Third, aka one of the Leo Africanus people, right? Holy Roman Empire, right? Leo the Third in the 8th, Basil, and Leo in the 9th, Romanus in the 10th. Thus, Leo the Third, who ruled during 2 decades, immediately preceded the Chazar conversion to Judaism. So, who initiated the immediate proceedings? Leo the Third, right? The Holy Roman Emperors immediately preceded the Chazar conversions to Judaism. Why? Because the Holy Roman Empire already had the real Sephardics in captivity, and they had all their books. Remember when they was enslaving and exiting the real Sephardic Jews, and they was grabbing all the Torahs and all the books and burning down the libraries of Alexandria and all of that type of shit, right? They had the information already, and they gave it to the Chazars. They gave it to the Chazars. All right, they gave it to them. In an attempt to end the anomaly of the tolerated status of Jews, at one blow by ordering all his Jewish subjects to be baptized. Okay. Peep game. Yep. Yep. Scipio Africanus, Leo Africanus, the Africanus, Holy Roman Emperor family. Right. The Flavius Josephus family. Right. The Flavius family, the Africanus family, the Caesar family, you know, all of them. Yeah. America is Asia Major, the real old world. All right. So although the implementations of the order seem to have been rather ineffective, it led to the flight of a considerable number of so-called Jews from Byzantium. Excuse me. In this city, Khazarian Etil are Muslims, right? Listen, in this city, Chazarian Etil are Muslims, Christians, Jews, and pagans. Who's the pagans? The Jews are the king, his attendants, and the Chazars of his kind. Right? The Jews are the king, his attendants, and the Chazars, right, of his kind. The king of the Chazars had already became a Jew. Right? The king of the Chazars already converted. Right? In the caliphate of Harun al-Rashid or Rashad. And he was joined by Jews from all lands of Islam and from the country of the Greeks, Byzantium. Okay. Indeed, the king of the Greeks at the present time, the year of the Hegardia, 332, right, 943 AD, has converted the Jews in his kingdom to Christianity by coercion. All right, you see what's going on here? The real Jews is being converted to Christianity, and their identity is being given to the Chazars simultaneously. Who's doing this? The Byzantine and Holy Roman Empire, right? What's happening, Coop? Peace, peace. You see what's going on? The king had already converted. All right. So thus, many Jews took flight from the country of the Greeks to Khazaria, right? Many of the Sephardic Jews took flight from the country of Greeks to Khazaria. That's how they ended up in Khazaria in the first place, trying to run from persecution like always, right? Thus, last two sentences quoted refer to events 200 years after the Khazar conversion, all right? And shows how persistently the waves of persecution followed each other over the country or over the centuries, right? They talk about the persecution of the Sephardic Jews, right? These are still Khazars at the time. We talk about the persecution of Sephardic Jews for many centuries. But the Jews are equally persistent. Many endured torture, and those who did not have the strength to resist returned later on their own faith, like dogs to their vomit, unquote, as one of the Christian chroniclers gracefully put it. Equally picturesque is the description of a Hebrew writer of one method of forced conversion used under the Emperor Brazil against the Jewish community of Audria in southern Italy. These are Sephardics. Southern Italy, right? El Negros, right? Remember who was in southern Italy? Don't forget the Sephardic history we've been learning. Who's persecuting these Sephardics in southern Italy? The Emperor Basil, right? How did they force the Sephardics to convert to Christianity? Anyone refusing to accept their erroneous belief was placed in an olive mill under a wooden press and squeezed in the way olives are squeezed in the mill. Mm. Mm. There you go, Kataba. You remember the definition, right? That's the definition of mulatto, right? To convert indigenous to Christianity. That's what we read about yesterday. AKA muli in Italy. You muli? You mulatto? Yeah. But listen to how they forcefully converted these people. They would took them and put them in an olive mill under a wooden press and squeeze the way you squeeze an olive in a mill. Another Hebrew source remarks on the persecution under the Emperor Romanus, the quote-unquote Greek king, to whom Masudi or the Masudi refers, quote, and afterwards they will arise a king who will persecute them, not by destruction, but mercifully by driving them out of countries, unquote. The only mercy shown by history to those who took flight or were driven out to was the existence of Khazaria, both before and after the conversion. Before it was a refuge haven, after it became a kind of national home. The refugees were products of a superior culture and were no doubt an important factor in creating that cosmopolitan, tolerant outlook on which so impressed. Mm, 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 mm. All right, what's happening, mad facts? Mm-mm. All right. Y'all with me? Everything good? Mic check 1 2 1 2. We smooth. We good. We straight. Appreciate the gifts, y'all. Appreciate the gifts. Thank y'all for the love and support. I'm glad y'all in here rocking out with me. I've been wanting to bring this information out to y'all for years, because this is one of the missing puzzle pieces. All right. So let's get going though. So a type of script then of the Roman script, not considering it is specifically you-ish. All right, you-ish, right? Notice how they swap in between the two, right? In one sentence, they say use. The other sentence, they say you-ish. All right, see, you, Safford I, you-ish, small hat, Chazars, right? Peep game. Now, real quick. I'll say that for later. So thus, while the conversion was no doubt inspired by opportunistic motives, right? The conversion was no doubt inspired by opportunistic motives, conceived as a cunning political maneuver. This was just only political. They don't really care for real. That's why they still do their own debauchery of blood drinking and shit like that, right? Big gang. So it brought in its wake cultural developments, right? It brought in its wake cultural developments, which could hardly have been foreseen by those who started it. The Hebrew alphabet was the beginning. 3 countries later, the decline of the Chazar static is marked by repeated outbreaks of a messianic or a messianic Zionism, right? Zionism. Listen to what they're saying. They said 3 countries later, the decline of the Chazar state is marked by repeated outbreaks of a what? All right, Zionism, with pseudo messiahs, fake messiahs, right? Like David Elroy, hero of a novel of Disraeli, leading Quakerdox crusades for the reconquest of Jerusalem. The reconquest of Jerusalem. Now, I got that highlighted because if you fast forward it to so-called Christopher Columbus story, Christopher Columbus was going to take back Jerusalem. Another name for his voyage for coming to America was called Taking Back New Jerusalem. And he was coming to America. And who funded the Converso Portuguese sellout? Chazars. They always knew who you was and where the Holy Land was. That shit that they showing you in the Middle East is a distraction. It's a distraction. That's why all of them is over here. Well, majority of them is over here. There's more little hat people in, you got United States, Austria, England, and they still hiding in Germany. So that's why I highlighted the reconquest or reconquista. Like New Jerusalem. He was looking for New Jerusalem, right? All right, peak game. So after the defeat of the Arabs in 737, the Khagans' forced adoption of Islam had been a formally almost instantly revoked, which apparently left no impression on his people. In contrast to this, the voluntary conversion to Judaism was to produce deep and lasting effects. Do you know who the feet? Do you know the people whose feet the Pope kissed? Yeah, those was black Chazars in your face. Black Chazars, black Caucasians, Holy Roman Empire people. So number two, the circumstances of the conversion are obscured by legend, but the principal Arab and Hebrew accounts itself of it have some basic features in common. Al-Masudi's account of the Jewish rule in Khazaria, quoted early on, ended with the reference to a previous work of his, in which he gave a description of those circumstances. That previous work of Masudi's is lost, but there exist two accounts which are based on the lost book. The first, by Damaski, written in 1327, reiterates that at the time of Harun al-Rashid, the Byzantine emperor forced the Sephardic Jews to immigrate. These immigrants came to the Chazar country. Okay, listen. The emperor forced Sephardic Jews, the real ones, El Negros, right, to immigrate to the Chazarian country, where they found, quote, an intelligent but uneducated race to whom they offered their religion. The natives found it better than their own and adopted it. What natives? The natives of Khazaria. And they adopted it. The second is much more detailed account in the Al-Bakari's book, Book of Kingdoms in Rhodes, 11th century, which I'm going to go get for y'all. The reason for the conversion of Judaism of the king of the Khazars, who had previously been a pagan, debauchery, blood drinking, right? Pagan, is as follows. He had adopted it Christianity at first, and then he recognized the falsehoods in the Serapis worship. See what I'm saying? So he was like, yeah, we'll be Christians. And then they got in and he was like, nah, we good. You know, I can't fuck with that. You feel what I'm saying? So he rejected it after that. So, in which greatly worried him, with one of the high officials. The latter said to him, O king, those in possessions of sacred scriptures fall into three groups. Summon them and ask them to state their case. So the king of the Chazarians are trying to figure out what direction they're gonna go. So just like I said, the scribe, one of his scribes was like, hey man, there's three groups of sacred scriptures. You just bring them in here, right? So-called Christians, Islam, and Sephardic Jews. Okay? Summon them in and ask them to state their case. All right? Somebody in love outside. Okay. Boy, Tram, that boy about to go pull up on something, boy. He ain't playing out here. It's 2 o'clock Saturday. He about to go pull up. They're about to pull up on something. Sound like marriage. It said sound like marriage. I'ma do it. Get married, psych, and then you get penalized. Yep, King Bulan. Exactly, Genius Music. King Bulan, the first, the king of the Khazars, King Bulan. All right, let's keep going. So he sent to the Christians for a bishop. Now there was with the king of a Jew, skilled in argument, who engaged him in disputation. He asked the bishop, quote, "What do you say of Moses, son of Amram, and the Torah, which was revealed to him?" The bishop replied, quote, "Moses is a prophet, and the Torah speaks the truth," unquote. Then the Jew, right, the Sephardic Jew, said to the king, right, king of the Khazars, "He has already admitted the truth of my creed. Ask him now what he believes in," unquote. So the king of the Khazars asked him, and he replied, quote, "I say that Jesus, the Messiah, is the son of Mary. He is the Word, and he has revealed the mysteries of the name in the name of God," unquote. Then the Sephardic Jew said to the king of the Khazars, right, "He preached a doctrine which I know not." God damn. My nigga under the bus. Woo, he threw him under the bus. He was like, bro, I don't know what the fuck he talking about. Woo, that was the Christian. The Serapis worship. That boy said Jesus. Remember at that time, man, the Roman invention of Jesus, Christianity, Flavius Josephus. Remember it. It's that time. The Sephardics, who have the scriptures of the Torah, ain't no name of Jesus is in that thing. So he was like, I don't know what the fuck he talking about. Jesus. What is this Jesus guy you talking about? Right? Right? So he was like, shit, man, check it. He preaches a doctrine which I know not, while he accepts my propositions, unquote. But the bishop was not strong in producing evidence. Then the king of the Khazars asked for a Muslim. They sent him a scholarly, clever man who was good in arguments or debates, right? Because that's what they're doing, debating right now, right? Arguments, debates, right? But the Sephardic Jew hired someone to poison him on the journey, and he passed. God damn. Woo, hold on. Woo, that's deep. But the Sephardi hired someone to poison him on the journey, and he unalived. And the Sephardic youth succeeded in winning the king for his faith, so that he embraced Judaism. The Arab historian certainly had a gift for sugaring the pill, right? So we're going to dodge that whole, the Sephardic Jew poisoning him on the journey, right? You know, the Arab historians, right? I'm talking about the same ones that made the Egyptians white, right? The Arab historian certainly had a gift for sugaring the pill, right? There's a lot of people in the hood that be sugaring stories for you, right? I got jumped by 10 niggas. It was only 2 of them, right? Sugaring the pill, all right? And it had the Muslim scholar been able to participate in the debate, he would have fallen into the same trap as the bishop of the Christians. For both accepted the truth of the Old Testament, the Torah, wherein the upholders of the New Testament and of the Quran were each outvoted to the one. Right? The king's approval of this reasoning is symbolic. He is only willing to accept doctrines which are shared by all three. Their common denominator and refuses to commit himself to any of the rival claims which go beyond it. It is once more the principle of the uncommitted world applied to theology. The story also implies, as Burry has pointed out, that the you-ish influence at the Khazar court must already have been strong before the formal conversion anyways, right? Because remember, the Sephardic Jews was being sent to Khazaria for hundreds of years. So Judaism influence was already strong anyway. And think about what I just told you and what you can research.